Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You are in the live Twisted Stitches if you can hear me. Can you hear me now, Kathleen? What about now? Hello, hello, hello. How about now? Do you have sound now? You can hear me? You can hear me well? Okay, so let me say, I was here early, like 3 minutes. Thank you to, I'm freezing. Thank you to Judy for becoming, for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. Hello, Abuelita, Jen Grill, Gianna Marie, Kathleen, Twisted Stitches, MSL, Alyssa. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I was asked to look into the Ellen Greenberg case because it's an old case, but it had something. The parents were trying to get it looked at again and to be ruled a homicide and not a suicide. And I don't know how it could be ruled a suicide, but what happened was it was a big blow for the parents because it was ruled a suicide again. And we're going to go through this and how you could rule this a suicide. It's crazy. Can you hear me? I'm getting really nervous. Gianna says no. But Jen says yes, sound good. You can hear? You can hear? See or no? Let me know. You can hear. Okay. So let me put up where's my files that I want to put up there? I want to put up, hold on a second. Ellen Greenberg. Let's put up that's the couple. That is Ellen Greenberg, 27 years old at that time. And that was her fiance, Sam Goldberg. Okay, now, whoops. If you read the introduction that I have in the video, it was a snowy January evening in 2011. Ellen Greenberg, a Philadelphia school teacher, returned to her apartment after an early school dismissal due to the snowstorm. She is a first grade teacher described by her friends and family as upbeat, organized, full of life. But what happened inside her locked apartment that night has haunted investigators, her loved ones, and the true crime community for over a decade. Ellen was found dead in her kitchen, stabbed 20 times, including 10 wounds to the back of her neck and head. The door to her apartment was locked from the inside, and there were no signs of a forced entry. At first glance, it appeared to be an unthinkable tragedy. What began as an apparent suicide quickly unraveled into one of the most baffling and controversial cases in modern true crime history. So I'm going to let you listen to the 911 call. Please, let's listen to this. This is Sam on the 911 call. Okay, and here we go. Let me...
I need everything out. I just walked to my apartment. My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere.
What is the address?
4601 Flat Rock Road. Please come. Help.
4601
Flat Rock Road.
Is it the house or apartment?
Oh no. Oh no. It's an apartment.
What apartment number?
603.
Apartment 603.
603. Please hurry, please.
She's bleeding from.
I don't know. I can't tell.
No. So you have to calm yourself down in order to get you some help.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm looking at her right now. I can't see anything. There's nothing broken. She's bleeding. Ellie!
You don't know where she's bleeding from?
Ellie!
Blood coming from?
I think her head. I think she hit her head, But it's everywhere.
Okay, so
It's everywhere.
she might have fallen. Do you know what happened?
She may have slipped. There's blood on the table. Her face is a little purple.
Okay, hold on for rescue for her. Stay on the phone.
Philadelphia Fire Department 842. What's the address? No,
4601 Flat Rock Road. Please hurry.
4601 Flat Rock.
Yes.
What's wrong?
I went downstairs to go work out. I came back up. The door was latched. My fiance's inside. She wasn't answering. So after about a half hour, I decided to break it down. I see her now just on the floor with blood. She's not responding.
Okay, is she breathing? Look at her chest. I need you to calm down. I need you to look at her chest. It's really.
I really don't think she is.
Listen to me. Someone's on the way. Look at her chest. Is she flat on her back?
She's on her back. Do I bring her?
Look at her chest and tell me if it's going up and down, up and down.
I don't see her moving.
Okay, do you know how to do CPR?
I don't.
Okay, I can tell you what to do, okay, until they get there. I want you to keep her flat.
Oh, God.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, okay.
Willing to do CPR with me over the phone so they can...
I have to, right?
Okay, so get her flat on her back, bare her chest, okay? You want to rip her shirt off.
Oh, shit.
Okay? Kneel down by her side.
Oh, my God. Ellie, please.
Listen, you can't freak out, sir, because you...
Okay, I'm trying not. Her shirt won't come off. It's a zipper. Oh, my God. She stabbed herself.
Where?
She fell on a knife. Oh, no. Her knife's sticking out.
What?
There's a knife sticking out of her heart.
Oh, she stabbed herself?
I guess so. I don't know where she fell on it. I don't know.
Okay, well, don't touch it.
Okay, so I just let her out here now. I mean, what do I do?
No, I mean, you can't. If the knife is in her chest, it's going to be kind of hard for you to do CPR at this time.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Police, which operator?
277.
Is someone coming here?
Yes, they are. You said 4601 Flat Rock, right?
Yes.
Okay, someone's on the way. The knife is still inside?
Is there what?
The knife is still inside of her?
Yes, I didn't take it out.
Was it her chest or what area did
It's
it?
in her chest. It looks like it's right in her heart.
Okay, someone's on the way out there. Okay, just get.
Oh my God.
How old is she?
She's 27.
27. And there's no sign of life at all?
No, please don't be. What?
Then turn to her arm and tell me if she responds to pain.
Ellie. She's not. Her hands are still warm. I don't know what that means. But there's blood everywhere. I mean.
I know, but you can't, and the knife is still inside of her. How far? Can you see how far it went in?
It looks pretty deep.
Okay.
It looks it's a long knife.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah,
How does he
don't
know
touch
it's a long
anything. Okay?
I'm not touching anything. I can't believe this, though.
So wait, it was just you there with her?
We're the only ones here.
And she ran in the door, you said, latched it shut?
No, I went downstairs to work out, and when I came back up, the door was latched. Like, it was, it wasn't like it was, it was like locked from the inside, and I'm yelling, so I'm
Was your house
yelling.
broken into?
No.
So there's no sign of a break-in?
No sign of a break-in at all. I mean, there will be when you get here, because I had to break the latch, but to get in.
Okay, 4601 Flat Rock, and this is a house, right?
It's an apartment, apartment 603.
Okay, that's all. Apartment 603.
Oh my God. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Okay, so that call. Let's just add out the weird things, okay? And I understand people are in shock. We saw Bruce Pleskovic, right? He acted really strange. In his call, he was angry and he was talking about other things. So yeah, I'm aware that people will say things or maybe not act the way you would expect. But the things this guy said, she stabbed herself. She fell on a knife. And then he says, there's blood on the table. Maybe she slipped. There's blood on the table. Maybe she slipped. Then he says, it's in her heart. it's a really long knife. How does he know how long the knife is? I mean, you could argue that it's a knife from the knife block and he recognizes it by the handle and he's very good and knows that, hey, that's the really long knife. You could argue that, and a defense attorney would. But it's interesting that he says it's a very long knife. Okay? It's in her heart. And he called his uncle, who is a lawyer and a judge, right after this phone call. I believe it was after this phone call. He may have even called it before. And what happened was, because this was like a hasty call, that it was not the crime scene, he went in and he was able to get his electronics and his stuff out of there. They cleaned and sanitized the apartment before her autopsy was even released. So what was the rush? Plus, he said that he broke the door down. Well, the door had one of those latches like in the hotels on the top, and that wasn't broken. So weird, right? Let me go back to you. I'm going to go to you guys. She fell on it, right? No sense, exactly. Red flags. Too calm. Yeah, and then the one when he says, "Oh my goodness," right? The guy says, "Oh my goodness." Come on. Oh my goodness. Half an hour to get in, exactly. And there's text messages of a few minutes, and I'll give you those too, but oh my goodness. All right. So here. When the paramedics arrived at Ellen's apartment, they discovered a scene that defied logic. Her fiancé, Sam Goldberg, said he had been locked out and he broke down the door after receiving no response from Ellen. Inside, when he finally broke down the door and went inside, he said he found Ellen collapsed against the kitchen cabinets. A knife was still lodged in her chest, which he didn't notice until the 911 call, and he was supposed to do CPR. Despite the multiple stab wounds and bruises found on her body, the case was initially ruled a suicide. As the evidence was reviewed, the inconsistencies began to emerge. How could Ellen have inflicted so many deep stab wounds on herself? And I'll tell you about them. And then why did she have defensive-like injuries on herself, bruises on her body? And why did the autopsy findings clash with the suicide determination? Because first they said it was a homicide. Then, at the insistence of police, it was ruled a suicide. Crazy, right? Her parents, Josh and Sandra Greenberg, refused to accept that ruling, that it was a suicide. They have launched a relentless campaign for justice. They hired independent experts, and we'll show you some of that stuff, who pointed out that many of Ellen's injuries were inconsistent with self-infliction. Over the years, the case has sparked outrage, public outrage, legal battles, and widespread debate about whether Ellen's death was truly a suicide or a murder that was covered up or mishandled. So let's take a look. Now we're going to go inside this and take a look at some of the evidence here that we have on this case. So hang on, let me go to my files and see which one we're going to do first here. Activity sheet. Let's see what we got there. So on Wednesday, January 26th at approximately 6:33 p.m., this is 2011, officers from the 5th Police District responded to a radio call reporting a hospital case at 4601 Flat Rock Road, apartment 603. Upon entering the property, they discovered the decedent, Ellen Greenberg, 27 years old, white female, on the kitchen floor, resting against the floor cabinets with a kitchen-type knife protruding from her chest. Further observations reveal several other superficial wounds on the decedent. The decedent was pronounced at 6:40, 7 minutes after, by medic number 5. The body was transported to the office of the medical examiner, and a post-mortem examination was conducted by Dr. Osborne, who made a determination the cause of death was multiple stab wounds, and the manner of death was ruled a homicide. Body. Although the body was reviewed by homicide personnel on the night it was originally reported, the initial investigation was conducted by members of the Northwest Detective Division. The following description is based on observations and notes provided by investigator Alzewski from Office of the Medical Examiner's Office. The body was lying on the kitchen floor area just to the right of the door entrance. The decedent was a white female, approximately 27 years old, 5'6", 125 pounds, with black, shoulder-length hair. She was dressed in a long-sleeve, dark gray hooded sweatshirt with a zipper front, light gray sweatpants, and tan Ugg boots. All her clothing and boots appeared to be blood-stained. In the grasp of her left hand was an off-white colored towel with no visible signs of bloodstains. That's odd. Lying on the floor next to her right hand was a pair of eyeglasses, and on the right wrist was a black hair tie scrunchie. The decedent was lying in the supine position with her head facing slightly north and her legs west. Her head and shoulders were up against the bottom portion of the floor cabinets. Multiple stab wounds, some appearing to be superficial, were observed on her chest, including one that had a kitchen-type knife protruding from it. The decedent's face was also covered in blood. The scene. On Friday, January 28, 2011, Sergeant Cooney and detectives Morano, Kane, Bayard, Lucky, Homicide Division, along with officers Fiddle, Tull, Mujica, crime scene unit arrived at the scene located inside apartment 603 of the Venice Loft Apartments and executed search and seizure warrant. Also present was Melissa Ware, the manager of Venice Loft Apartments, and Idel Rodriguez, maintenance supervisor of Venice Loft Apartments. The apartments are located in the 5th Police District and within the Northwest Detective Division. Okay, it's on the 6th floor. The apartment, a short distance from the elevators. The apartment has a tan door with the 603 on the wall to the left of the door, and a Jewish religious prayer inside a glass container. It's called a mezuzah, to the right of the door. I can't believe they didn't just say it was a mezuzah. Okay. The lock on the inside of the lock. The lock on the inside of the lock was damaged. The lock on the inside of the lock, okay, was damaged, with the screws having been partially pulled out. Entering the apartment and turning to your left, there's a bathroom. Walking north, you enter a bedroom, which was converted to a family room work area. The room consisted of a closet inside the bedroom door, a sofa and footrest along the north wall, a table with 4 chairs along the south wall of the room, and a flat-screen TV sitting on the floor along the east wall. On the table, there were school test papers and other school papers. Inside the closet, there was a small round Rubbermaid stain shield container containing 2 plastic sandwich baggies, which contained a green, weedy, and seedy substance believed to be marijuana. A smoker's bong was also sitting behind the closet door, which is also commonly used to smoke marijuana. Entering the apartment, to your right is the kitchen area that looks inside the living room area. Between the living room and kitchen was a countertop and 3 bar stools on the living room side of the counter. The kitchen consisted of a countertop and a sink with counter space along the north wall of the kitchen, which is between the kitchen and the living room. Along the east wall of the kitchen is the stove with a microwave above it, cabinets, counter space, and along the south wall of the kitchen were the refrigerator, washer, dryer, and 2 trash cans. There were blood stains on the kitchen cabinet door next to the microwave, on the handle of the freezer door of the refrigerator, and on the kitchen counter next to the stove. In the living room, there was an L-shaped sofa along the east wall and a coffee table in front of it. Along the west wall was an entertainment center with a flat screen TV sitting on top of it. Along the east wall of the living room is the bedroom door for another bedroom. In this bedroom was a bed with end tables on both sides of the bed and a chest of drawers with a flat screen TV sitting on it. Okay. Along the south wall, another chest of drawers and 2 chairs on the north wall. On the bed, there were 3 pillows with spots of blood on them. Removed from the chest of drawers along the south wall was a silver ring with a large diamond. Lying on the floor between the bed and the chairs. Okay. Hold on. No, let's get that again. The ring removed from the chest of drawers along the south wall was a silver ring with a large diamond. Period. Lying on the floor between the bed and the chairs was assorted clothing and a pair of shoes, which was recovered by personnel of the crime scene unit. While inside the bedroom and walking south will lead you past another closet and into another bathroom, a latent print examination was conducted and the scene was photographed and sketched by the crime scene unit. Okay, here we are. January 26, Samuel H. Goldberg, that's the fiance, 28 years old, white male, was interviewed. And he related the following in summary. He related that he arrived home at around 1:30 p.m. and Ellie, Ellen Greenberg, his fiancée, the decedent, was already home. He claimed that she had recently been upset about her job as a schoolteacher and had wanted to quit. As she started to grade school papers, he proceeded to leave the apartment to go to the gym located on the ground floor of the Venice Loft Apartments at about 4:45 p.m. He claimed he worked out for about 30 minutes on the treadmill and he did some sit-ups for a minute. When he returned to the apartment approximately around 5:20, the door was locked. He said he used his keys to open the door, but that the inside latch was in place so he couldn't get the door open. He claimed he called out to the decedent but received no response. He then proceeded to look for a maintenance person named Phil to assist him opening the door, and no success. He returned to the apartment and forced open the door, and when he entered, he observed the decedent lying on the kitchen floor. He related he immediately called 911, who instructed him to perform CPR. As he went to attempt CPR, he noticed the decedent had a knife in her chest, so he was advised to wait for the rescue. He also related that the decedent was taking prescribed psychiatric medication as a result of her stress related to her job. Okay, let's look at that timeline. So he went to the gym at 4:45 and worked out for 30 minutes. I would push him at 5:15 and did some sit-ups for a minute, 5:16. He went back at 5:20, so he's got 4 minutes missing there. Said he used his keys to open the latch. So he should have been 5:16. And he didn't call 911 until, what time did that 911 call go in there? It's 6:33, wasn't it? So that's a lot of time missing. Let me see something. Let me just look at the timeline or something. Let me go on my timeline here. I want to see what time that 911 call went in there. Hold on. Okay, here we are. Let's see here. Timeline. Okay. Come on. So the 911 5:30. So here it says he exits the gym, and there's surveillance footage of him at 5:30. Approximately 40 minutes, it says he waits. Neighbors later reported hearing him yelling Ellen's name. At 6 o'clock, it says he went downstairs and asked the doorman to help break the latch. He says that the doorman refused, explaining it violates policies, but offers to call the police. At 6:07 and 6:10, the doorman called Ellen's phone twice from the lobby line, no answer. At 6:14, Goldberg called his cousin, Camian Schwartzman, an attorney. 6:23, surveillance captures Goldberg re-entering the elevator towards the 6th floor. At 6:26, he receives a call from his uncle, James Schwartzman, an attorney, and they instruct him to enter and then call 911. And then Samuel sent Ellen a text message, "Hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the F? You have no idea. What the F?" But he says, what was that? Oh my goodness. In that 911 call. Oh my goodness. So he spoke to two attorneys, his cousin and his uncle, before he called 911. And then I heard that his uncle was there. James and Camian Schwartzman arrived at the Venice Loft Apartments after they received multiple calls from Sam at 7:31. At 7:30 they arrived at the apartments. Okay. All right, so that's that. So he waited 40 minutes before he did anything. Okay. On Friday, January 28th, Idel Jr. Rodriguez was interviewed by detectives as he related the following. He related that on Wednesday, January 26th, he received a call at home from the concierge, Philip Houghton. Houghton had called him inquiring if there was a special tool to open the door lock when it was latched from inside. He advised him if the door latch was locked, someone had to be inside. And then Samuel Goldberg spoke with him on the phone and requested if he could kick the door in. Idel suggested just give it a shoulder because there were only 4 screws in the door latch. He also related that Samuel sounded like he was concerned about his fiancée. Okay, and then this is the January 28th, Philip Houghton, 59, black male, was interviewed by detectives. And he related the following. He related that he was working at the concierge at the apartment complex Wednesday, January 26. He related that Samuel had come to the front desk asking about a special tool to open the security latch to his apartment door. Samuel told him his door was locked from the inside as he was trying to reach out to his fiancée. Mr. Houghton told him that maybe she was asleep and that he would attempt to call the apartment via the phone from his desk. He advised Samuel to go back upstairs and that he would call the apartment, which he did 4 or 5 times, only to get the answering machine. He remembers Samuel leaving the front desk area and walking into the lobby, doing something on his phone, which he assumed he was also trying to contact his fiancée. Samuel returned to the front desk and this time was a bit more persistent about inquiring if there was a tool to open the door latch. He claims that Samuel appeared to be more agitated at this point. So he calls the maintenance supervisor, Idel, and gave Samuel the phone. Samuel left the area, and shortly thereafter he remembers seeing a fire truck pull up, who told him they were headed to apartment 603. He informed the leasing manager and informed her of the fireman's arrival. Okay, then someone named Mark Hinrich, 33 years old, white male, was interviewed and related the following, that on Wednesday, January 26th, at approximately 6 p.m., he arrived at his apartment located at the Venice Loft Apartments. As he was walking towards his apartment, he noticed a male that lived in the apartment 603, later identified as Samuel Goldberg, banging on the door of his apartment and yelling, "Ellen, Ellen, open the door." Hinrich went into his apartment and closed the door. Approximately 30 minutes later, Hinrich again heard Goldberg. This time he heard Goldberg say that she was bleeding from the head. There was a lot of blood and there was a knife. Hinrich looked out of the peephole in his door and saw Goldberg on the phone, pacing up and down the hallway. Hinrichs cracked his door and continued listening to Goldberg on the phone. And during this time, Goldberg would burst out crying and then he would stop. And then he would burst out crying again and stop. Hinrichs heard Goldberg say that she was depressed and was on new medication and that she was depressed by something at school. Okay, Melissa Ware was interviewed by detectives. She is the regional property manager at the Venice Apartments. At approximately 6:30, the concierge knocked on the office door and told her that emergency personnel had entered the building and were going to apartment 603. Ware took 2 police officers who arrived to 603, and when she arrived with the officers, she saw Samuel Goldberg sitting in the hallway with another officer and EMT personnel. Okay, Brandon Swarthout, 24, white male, was interviewed. Okay, he related the following. He related that on January 26th, approximately 5:30 to 5:45 p.m. he was getting off an elevator and could hear some commotion. He heard Samuel knocking on the door and pleading for someone to let him in the apartment. He claimed Sam had been banging on the door for a while, approximately 15 minutes. He claimed he could hear Samuel talking to several people on the phone while trying to gain access. Later, as he walked by the apartment to take some trash out, he informed Samuel that the front desk should have a universal key to gain access. He related that Samuel told him the door was secured by the latch from inside the apartment. When he passed by the apartment, he noticed that the door was clearly secured. Now, this doesn't make any sense, right? Hold on a second. When he passed by the apartment, he noticed that the door was clearly secured with the latch from inside the apartment. How can you can't see that from the outside? That makes 0 sense. That makes 0 sense. Okay. On January 27th, let's see, person, what is that, of interest, young, was it, and related to a following. He responded to a radio call, a person with a weapon. Upon arrival at that location, the officer met Sam Goldberg, who stated that he is the fiancé of Ellen Greenberg, and he found her with a knife in her chest after he came back from the gym. The officer entered the apartment. Okay, no. That's police officers. Never mind. I thought this was the next day. Oh, it's the police officer was interviewed the next day. That's what threw me off. Okay. So he's relating that on January 26th, 6:33 p.m., he responded to a radio call, a person with a weapon. He found Sam Goldberg, who stated that he's the fiancé of Ellen, and he found her with a knife in her chest after he came back from the gym. The officer emerged from the apartment, entered the apartment, and observed a female on the floor with a knife in her chest. He observed her with a knife in her chest, but this guy couldn't even tell there was a knife in her chest, right? At 6:40 p.m., the officer returned to Samuel Goldberg and asked him what happened, and Goldberg stated that he was down at the gym working out, and when he returned, he knocked on the door, and there was no answer. He also tried calling and texting Greenberg, but he got no answer. Goldberg decided to go to the property manager to open the door, and once the door was unlocked, there was a secondary lock that prevented the door from being opened. Well, the door wasn't unlocked by anybody. Goldberg then kicked the door open and entered the apartment and found the decedent lying on the floor. Okay. So did he have this door open? How far, if he had a key and tried to open the door with that inside latch on it, maybe that's what they're talking about. He had the door open, but the latch was on. So that is weird. That is a weird thing. Because that's something hard to get past, right? If he actually had that door open and somebody saw that, did somebody really see that? This is Goldberg saying it, but that other guy said you could see it. So the only way he could see it is if Goldberg got the first part of that door open, the regular lock. And if that was true, that's really a little bit crazy. Okay. Goldberg said that he then kicked the door open and entered the apartment and found the decedent lying on the floor in the kitchen, called 911. The officer then told Goldberg that Greenberg had died of her wound. The officer then made notations and held the scene. He doesn't describe Goldberg's reaction, right? On January 28th, police officer Snipes was interviewed by Detective Buckley and related the following, that on January 26th at 6:33, she responded to a radio call of a person with a weapon inside apartment 603 of the Venice Loft Apartments. Upon arrival, she was informed the victim was pronounced at 6:40, and she sustained stab wounds to the chest. As the officer entered the apartment, she observed a white female to the right of the door, propped up in a partial seated position in the kitchen with a knife in her left chest. The officer then spoke to police officer Young, who was with the white male, later identified as Samuel Goldberg. Goldberg stated that he had gone to the gym. When he returned, he had to force the door because she would not answer the door, and then he found her on the kitchen floor. Goldberg then called 911. The officer then secured the scene and maintained the crime log and made the notifications. The officer remained at the scene until relieved. On January 28th, police officer Ransom was interviewed. Let's see, and he said he responded at 6:33 to a radio call, person with a weapon. Upon arrival at the location, the officer observed a white female lying on the kitchen area of the apartment with a knife in her chest. The officer asked the medics what her condition was, and they stated that she was pronounced at 6:40. The officer returned to the hallway and started knocking on the neighbors' doors and asking if they heard anything. The officer remained on the scene until Northwest detectives and homicide arrived. Okay, a Sergeant Williford was interviewed by Detective Bass and related the following. On January 26th, Sergeant responded to a radio call of a stabbing, a female stabbed in the chest, apartment 603. Upon arrival at that location, the sergeant learned that the officers had the scene secured and the victim's boyfriend was in the hallway. The sergeant entered the apartment and observed a white female lying on her back, obviously dead, with the handle of a knife protruding from the left center area of her chest. The sergeant then went into the hallway and spoke to the victim's boyfriend, identified as Samuel Goldberg. Goldberg stated that he went to the gym in the apartment building, and when he returned, the door was locked and he didn't have his keys. Goldberg stated that his family was downstairs because he called them but didn't call his girlfriend's family. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go back to you guys and see what you're saying about this part. So many red flags, Jen says. Kathleen says, Darla, I agree. I'm not going to hurt myself in that way. Painful, no way she did this to herself. Darla said, I can barely do something painful to myself more than once. If she was trying to hurt herself intentionally, just do certain things. I hate to say, poor girl. Darla says, as I listen to reports, I will have to wonder, are authorities just trying to keep any liability or a possible shoddy investigation under wraps? Sorry, I'm not saying that right, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Darla says, I'm a moment behind, but surprised the authorities even allowed the scene to be released that quick. Usually no one has access for a bit. Kathleen says, Darla, right, made no sense. Okay. No way could she have done that. Okay, but talk to me about this door. Okay, then put on the Post-it. Check mic. You have no sound, then you come on blowing eardrums. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just saying. Okay, sorry, Darla, that I blew your eardrums out. I'm so sorry. But I did check the mic. It wasn't, I was saying, can you hear me? It would still be this, I'd probably blow your eardrums out anyway, even with the Post-it. But I'll take that into consideration. Okay, let's talk about the door right now. So what about the door? You've read the report with me here. What do you think about this door? Now let me show you a picture of what the back of the door looked like. Hold on a moment. Where's my pictures? Hang on, just 1 second. Okay, so here's here he is. This is him. Make this a little bit larger. Okay. He is seen on surveillance. So let me see if they hold on. I'm losing my place here to get you the time. Sam Goldberg exits the gym on the first floor. When he returned at 5:30, he found that he couldn't enter the apartment door because it had a hotel room style latch engaged from the inside. Despite using his key and banging on the door. Okay, so I'd like to see an example of how far a door would open with that latch. And I want to ask you, how could someone leave the apartment and have that door latched? That's my problem. Because isn't that impossible? Or is there a way? There was no other exit from that apartment. So if that man did see it, that man that said he was walking down the hallway, if he was able to open it with his key and then couldn't get in because that latch was there, hitting that latch, and that other man saw it, how could he have done this and left? Is there... Tell me. Okay, let me see now. So he went to the gym, returned 30 minutes later, unable to reach Ellen by phone, text, or email, or by shouting. He said he forcibly broke open the door and uncovered her. Okay, so here's another. This one I got to make a little smaller. Hold on. Okay. And there he is again. Police released several hours of surveillance footage from Greenberg's apartment building on the night of the death. Sam Goldberg's fiancée of Ellen Goldberg was seen on the footage. Let's see here now. I just want to get that door. Yeah. Okay, make this a little bigger. So they said there were only 4 screws. And he did break, that is broken right there. So, how did that get locked? Tell me how to get past that point. Now there is a written declaration because Samuel Goldberg stated that he returned to the 6th floor and he was accompanied by the building security guard, Philip Hanton. But Mr. Philip Hanton stated that he did not accompany Samuel Goldberg to the 6th floor on the night in question, and he was not present when Mr. Goldberg entered the apartment. Let me see what you guys are saying now about this. Hold on, I'm just having a really hard time getting back to, I don't know what's going on. Come on. It's not wanting me to get back here too. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's my video. All right, let's see what you're saying now. Is there any windows that open to a fire escape? There is a floor plan of the apartment. Let me get that. Hang on. And just so you see this. Some of these pictures are so freaking small and some are so big, and there's no uniformity at all. And this is the color that they have in there. It's like a black and white. That's the kitchen cabinet that she was leaning up against. But remember, he said there's blood on the table. Maybe she fell. Blood on the table? Okay. And then this is Come on. Now this one's way too big here. So this is that door. Okay, I don't see. Let's see. Well, let's go what they said with the lock. Here's the front door. The Jewish mezuzah was affixed to the right of the door. The lock was damaged. The screws were partially pulled out. Trying to get the sketch of the apartment. That's funny. I get the sketch of the apartment. Death investigation, we have that. Okay. I just had the. Well, I'm going to pull up. Let me pull up before we go. There, I'll get the sketch. You guys can think about. Let me see. I think this sketch might be. Let me see here. Search warrant, property report. I'm trying to see oh, let's look at this. This is the property manager, the declaration. My name is Melissa Ware. In 2011, I was employed as a property manager. I worked the afternoon and evening when Ellen Greenberg was found dead. The following day, January 27th, I received a call from a male family member of Samuel Goldberg requesting to enter the apartment to gather some personal effects for the funeral, including photographs. I then contacted the Philadelphia Police Department and asked permission to let the family member into the apartment. At the time, the police told me there were no restrictions regarding entering the apartment. I inquired about the condition of the apartment, and the police told me that any cleanup was not the police department's responsibility, and I would have to contact a third party. I asked for referrals, and the police gave me the name of Crime Scene Cleanup. I made arrangements with Crime Scene Cleanup and advised the member of the Goldberg family who had previously contacted me that they would be allowed to enter the premises. I relayed details about cleanup costs and time frame, which he approved. Before Crime Scene Cleanup arrived, I arranged and was present for the videotaping of the inside of the apartment to preserve a record of the condition and the contents of the apartment before anyone else could have access to the premises, primarily to protect the company in the event of theft or damage. I was present when the Crime Scene Cleanup arrived, and I let them into apartment 603. Upon completion, I notified the family member, who I believed to have been Samuel Goldberg's uncle, that the apartment was cleaned and he was able to retrieve the desired personal effects. 2 male representatives of the Goldberg family, one of whom I believe was Samuel Goldberg's uncle, arrived, and I let them into the apartment and was present while they retrieved various items from the apartment. Thereafter, I became aware through news reports that Ellen's death had been declared a homicide. The following day, January 28th, the police arrived. At the time I informed the police, I made a video of the apartment prior to the cleaning service or anyone else entering the apartment. The police requested I provided a copy of the videotape. I hereby certified, and she signs it. So that's great. So they got in and got the stuff, and they had the apartment cleaned. Right? Right. Okay. Hold on 1 second. So let me get the sketch of her apartment now, okay? Okay. Exhibit A. Security lock. What is this? Hold on, let me look at this. Okay. Let's look at, here's the get over there. Go on, move over there. Get over there. Come on. This is the security lock, okay? Here's a better picture of it. Let me get a little larger. Okay. Okay, so let's look at this. These are some surveillance stills here. So this is 6:33 p.m. and he's there. Okay, 6:32 p.m. Sorry, it's almost 6:33. 5 seconds. 6:32 and 55 seconds. But this is the security guard that he said was with him, but this security guard is down here. So this corroborates his statement that he was not upstairs with Sam Goldberg. Fiance, yeah, he wasn't there. And then 2 minutes after that, escorting the first responders upstairs, fiance was not accompanied by the security person. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. He was not. So let me get that sketch that I've been looking at all day of the apartment. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So, let me go back to that report. I'm just trying to get a silly... I had that freaking apartment sketch, and I'm probably looking right at it in these files. But I'm just going to get it. I know it's somewhere else. Let me just get it here. Okay. Come on. This is ridiculous. So let's go back to where was our other thing we were going through. And then we'll go back to that. We've done where we can get rid of, let's see. Is this where we were? He called them and didn't call his girlfriend's family. Okay, so activity sheet. Actions taken. Investigative packaged facts over from Northwest Detectives. A search and seizure warrant. And I have that right. Search warrant was... right here. Okay, it says fingerprints, DNA, blood, bodily fluids, blood specimens and or patterns, photographs, correspondence, computers, cell phones, bills, receipts, proof of residency, occupancy, measurements, and any items of evidentiary value in the investigation of a homicide by a cutting instrument which was committed inside apartment 603, and it puts the address. Okay, and it says Ellen Greenberg, Samuel Goldberg, and it says violation, CC murder. Okay, so that was the search warrant. And back to the... don't need the declaration of her, but we're going to go back to this. Okay, so they got the seizure and search warrant. Numerous articles of clothing were secured by the crime scene unit. Silver-colored engagement ring recovered from the dresser in the master bedroom. Miscellaneous school supplies recovered along with $66.50 and USC for school trip to Franklin Institute to be returned to school district personnel. A box of business papers belonging to the decedent were secured. A round plastic Rubbermaid container containing alleged marijuana and a smoker's bong removed from the closet in the bedroom set up as an office. Neighborhood interviews attempted with negative results initially. Decedent's 2 laptop computers and cell phone, in addition to Samuel's laptop computer, dropped off by attorney uncle representing Samuel Goldberg, James Schwartzman of Stevens Law on January 29th. So, okay, the uncle had them and then dropped them off. That's not at all suspect. The assigned net with Dr. Osborne concerning his preliminary findings ruling a manner of death a homicide. Dr. Osborne concluded that his autopsy examination was not complete and further examination of the decedent's spinal cord injuries would be conducted. Medical records were obtained by the medical examiner's office from Dr. Ellen Berman. psychologist to the decedent and forwarded to the assigned. Okay, so let's look at her autopsy. So this is the first one. It says multiple stab wounds to the chest, abdomen, and back of neck. There is an incised wound to the right occipital scalp. The wounds are associated with injuries to the aortic arch, the upper lobe of the left lung, the liver, and the cervical spinal cord at C2, C3 level dorsally. There are bilateral hemothoraces and a hemopericardium, a small collection of arachnoid blood over the vermis and the base of the right cerebellar hemisphere. The knife 12.5 centimeter blade is present in one of the chest wounds at a depth of 10 centimeters. Multiple I think it's contusions, but it says contusions on upper and lower extremities in various stages of resolution. And then it says over here, cause of death, multiple stab wounds, manner of death, homicide. Okay, by Marion Osborne, MD. Then we have an autopsy was performed on the body of the decedent at the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office July 27, 2011. The external examination was started at 9 a.m., the internal at 11 a.m. Clothing. The clothing that accompanies the decedent consists of a gray-purple hooded sweatshirt, gray sweatpants, and brown boots. She is 5'7", 136 pounds, a white female who appears compatible with the reported age of 27. Her scalp is covered by brown hair. The facial bones have no palpable fractures. The iris, I think the irides are brown. The scleria are white. The conjunctivae have no I always get this word. If I look at it, I can't say it. Isn't that crazy? It's the petechiae. What is? Why can't I can't read it. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't say it. The external auditory. This is very hard. Metuses have no discharge. This is like very blurry. Maybe I don't have my. No, I don't have. I want to have my. It's that way. The nares are patent. The nasal bones and nasal septum are petechia. Petechia. That's how you say it. Petechia. See? But if I look at it, I can't get it at petechia. Sorry. They have no petechia. I know it will come to me. I was having a block. Sorry about that. I'm not really that dense. The neck is symmetric. The tongue has no injuries. The teeth are natural and in good repair. The oral cavity has no injuries. The abdomen is flat. The body, habitus, is mesomorphic. The back is symmetric. The upper and lower extremities have no deformities or fractures. The external genitalia are those of an adult female. Anus and perineum have no trauma or abnormalities. Then it has a star wound, A of chest, an elliptical, horizontal oriented, 0.4 by 0.2 centimeter stab wound is centered 30 centimeters below the top of the head in the midline of the chest. The medial end of the wound is sharp. The lateral end is blunt. The edges of the wound are smooth. The wound's approximately 0.4 centimeters when reapproximated. The wound extends through the skin of the chest for a depth of 0.2 centimeters. Associated with the wound track are hemorrhages in the adjacent soft tissues of the chest. The pathway of the wound with the body is in the normal anatomic position, is front to back. an elliptical, horizontal. Okay, so she's got lots of wounds here, okay? We're not going to go through all of them. She's got multiple wounds, but it's important to know she's got them of the neck, the back of the neck, and the scalp. Look how many to the neck, to the neck, to the neck. Other injuries. The right upper arm has a round 3 by 4 centimeter contusion. The right forearm has a 3 by 1.5 centimeter area of 3 round contusions. The right lower quadrant of the abdomen has a 3 by 3.5 centimeter contusion. The right thigh has a vertical row of round contusions that are 2.5 by 3 centimeters, 4.5 by 3 centimeters, and 5 by 6 centimeters. Above the right knee is a 4.5 by 3 centimeter area of 3 round contusions. This is the internal examination, and this doesn't show you anything but this right here. So they're just showing you some of the contusions that were on her, because you're saying, okay, now then let's go to Detective Scott Hellman, specializing in crime scene reconstruction, evidence processing, and management. Oh wait, this is a guy that reviewed the case later on. Hold on a minute. Where is my... This is what I want. Okay. Origin and details. On 1/26/2011, Detective Sierra of Homicide called to report the death of the above decedent, Ellen R. Greenberg, in her apartment with a knife in her chest. I arrived on the scene and was met by the 5th District Police. Okay. The decedent's fiance, Samuel Goldberg, along with his family and some friends, are also present. The decedent's fiance, Samuel Goldberg, reportedly left the decedent at the apartment around 16:45 hours to go to the gym. He returned around 17:15, 17:30 hours, was unable to get into the apartment. He opened the door with his keys, but the door was secure from the inside. He proceeded to try and contact the decedent with text messages, telephone calls, and emails for approximately an hour, now it's an hour, before he forced entry into the apartment. An apartment security man was reportedly present during the entry. That's not true. He immediately discovered her and called 911. Radio time is 18:33. He was briefly instructed to start CPR until he noticed a knife in her chest, and he was instructed to stop. Death was pronounced at 18:40. Okay, the location of the death is in the kitchen of the decedent's apartment. It is a 2-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor of the building, shared by the decedent with her fiancé, Samuel Goldberg. The apartment is well kept, clean. The inside lock to the front door, a common latch, solid bar door guard, is broken, with the screws on the door loose, obviously forced in when in a locked position. Throughout the entire apartment, there is no evidence of a struggle. Furniture and items appear in place, and nothing is obviously missing or disturbed. There are numerous valuables present: money, keys, 3 laptop computers. One in the kitchen on the island appears to be Goldberg's. One in the master bedroom suite on the floor appears to be the decedent's, as evidenced by wedding material. And one on an additional bedroom desk appears to be the decedent's work computer, as evidenced by numerous teaching materials. The decedent is a teacher. There is no note found on anything indicative of a suicide on the computers or in the rest of the apartment. The only way to exit the apartment, say here it is, the only way to exit the apartment with the front doorway locked is through a rear slider. Oh, there is a rear slider. Okay, there we go. There is a rear slider. So why didn't he go? Why didn't he try to enter the apartment? Uh-oh. Let's see, there's a problem. He didn't do that. He did not do that. There is snow present with no tracks or footprints, completely undisturbed. This is a problem for me. The ambient temperature is inside. The apartment reads 69 degrees Fahrenheit on a thermostat. The incident occurred during a winter snowstorm. Tell me how you're going to do this. Tell me how you can do this. But why didn't he try to enter that way? Did he have a key? Or maybe they had if it was a slider, they might have had another like pole, thing in the door to hold it shut. But why didn't he even try it? 6 stories high. Okay, explain to me then, how do we get past, those of you that have studied this case a lot, how do you get past that lock? I need help getting past it. I can't get past it. How do I get past that? Tell me how I get past that. Hi, Auntie Millions. I haven't seen you in millions of ages. Hi, little lady. Hello, Cindy. Hi, Petunia. Hi, I'm just getting here, watching on 2x speed to catch up. Did anyone else find the live button has moved? Oh, the like button has moved? What about the hype button? Can you hype me up? All right, little lady, are the OG people? Yes, Scooter's here. Yes, Auntie Millions, of course Scooter is here. Little lady's an OG too. Stop it. Linda. Manager of 3 Monsters. Okay, let me see now. There are videos on how to get in that lock on YouTube. Okay. Okay. But how could he have locked it though, Cindy? How could he have locked it and left and locked it? That's what I'm confused on. There's only one door besides the patio door. The patio door, there's no disturbance at all in any of the snow. How did he lock that? That's what I'm lost on. What? Okay, Petunia says, what is important about the lock is how to arm the lock from the outside. So you can arm that from the outside, Petunia? Petunia, did you change your name? Are you the original Petunia? Or are you a different Petunia? It works both ways? Interesting. Assuming it was even locked. Well, that guy said it, though. Hi, Heart May Wives. Yep. Yeah, there you are. There's another OG. Assuming it was even locked. Okay. Debbie 2 Scooter, where are you? People are looking for you. Okay. All right, because that guy saw it. I don't know how you do that from the outside, but you say there's videos about it, huh? Okay, what are you saying? What guy? When I was reading, one of the witnesses said you could see the door. He couldn't get in because of the inside lock. And I said, well, how could he see that? But apparently he opened it with a key, and then, as if it was almost a chain lock, he couldn't get through. And the guy in the hallway said he observed it, a neighbor. Well, the pictures we just saw of the lock appear that had been forced, so I'll presume it was armed from the outside on the way out. Yeah. If there is a way to do that, Petunia, and Petunia, or are you our Petunia? I don't know if that's our Petunia or another Petunia, because our other Petunia used to just be Petunia. Yeah, see the video myself. Okay. All right, then thank you, Sydney, because that was like a roadblock for me. I couldn't figure out how he could do it. So you say swing the lock like in a hotel so you can open it. Yes, a tiny bit. Right. And the guy saw it. The guy walking down the hallway said he saw that. He saw that the door couldn't open because it was secured by a lock on the inside. Okay, if there's a way to do that, and this was in 2011, and would that information be around in 2011 for him? YouTube was around in 2011, but because that was like a real roadblock for me. All right, so we can move on. Okay, so patio is 6 stories high. There is snow present with no tracks or footprints, completely undisturbed. The ambient temperature 69. The incident occurred during a winter snowstorm. Prescription medication are recovered from a bedstand located in the master bedroom. Prescriber Dr. Ellen Berman, alprazolam, clorazepam, and zolpidem. A paper booklet is in the decedent's pocketbook that's on a chair in the living room, resembles a journal of her medications and her state of mind when taking. Last dated 1/16. The decedent's cell phone in the master bathroom. Review of her call and messages reveal last outgoing call was to a number on 126 at 14:33, duration 30 seconds. The last missed call was to a programmed something redacted. Additional missed calls was from a programmed Sam Goldberg between 17:30 and 17:42, and programmed Venice Lots. That was the security guard trying to get her. The last outgoing text was 1:16 at 15:47, and the last incoming texts are an email from a programmed Sam Goldberg between 17:32 and 17:54 saying, "Hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the F? You have no idea." That texting doesn't even make sense. There's To Scooter, you were just summoned by Auntie Millions. Hi, Dank Menace. Far as I know, he only saw Sam slightly open the door. He did not actually see the lock. Are you talking about the person in the hallway? Because the security guard was never up there. It was a person in the hallway that said that. On the original Petunia, they have, what'd you do? You changed your, on the original Petunia, they have out at handle as the name on this chat. Oh, they have our handle. Oh, they put your handle in there? Okay, because you're usually Petunia. Okay, Petunia. The witness. Okay, gotcha, Sydney. I'm trying to follow you, okay? I believe you. I'm glad that you're telling me this. It helps me. Thank you. It helps me. I appreciate you being very informative in the chat. I appreciate that. All right, so with his texting, his texting is off. Now, well, I don't know if Scooter follows this case. She still thinks somebody... hello. Okay, hello. Why does he say hello? That's weird, right? It would be like, "Hey, Ellen, are you in there?" Or, I don't know, hello, right? Open the door. That's weird, too. It's like, I'd be like, "I'm outside. Open the door. Don't you hear me banging on the door? I'm outside. Where are you?" That would be... Wouldn't that be, "Where are you?" Right? It's just, this is weird texting. Okay? Because I'm just thinking, if I went down to a gym, and I was gone for a half an hour, and Jimmy was in the apartment, and I come, and I'm trying to get in, and the freaking lock is on. Okay, first you're going to bang on the door and call the name and everything, and then you're going to grab your phone and say, like, Jimmy, where are you? Right? I'm at the door. Open the door. So it's like, hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the F? And then he goes, ah. Now where does ah? That's like, oh my goodness, when he was in the kitchen. Oh my goodness. She fell on a knife. Oh my goodness. Right. It's so weird. But let's say he was even escalating, okay? When he gets to the what the F, the next one is ah. Like, if you're getting to the what the F, your next one probably going to be like, where the F are you? Are you effing deaf? Right? If he's getting to that point, it should be escalating. Right? Or he should get to the point that, oh my gosh, did something happen to her? And he should get like, are you okay? Is something happen? You know, like, I'm getting worried. I'm getting scared. I'm going to call the police. But to go to that to ah? Seriously? And then you have no idea. It's crazy. It's crazy texting. The decedent is on the hardwood kitchen floor, located just inside the door entrance. The decedent is found supine with her head and some of her upper body and shoulders resting against the lower half of the white kitchen cabinets next to the range. Her body, starting with the head, is facing north and the legs west. She's clad in a zipper-up, dark-colored shirt over top of a t-shirt and gray sweatpants, underwear, and light brown Ugg boots. A pair of eyeglasses are on the floor to the right of the decedent. A white towel. Then this is bizarre too. She's covered in blood, okay, all over, but she has a white towel with no blood on it in her hand. A white towel with no blood is grasped in her left hand. A hair tie or scrunchie is on her right wrist. There are no personal effects on the body. Upon further examination of the body, the decedent has a knife embedded in her chest, her left chest, through her clothing. There are multiple stab wounds examined at the scene. At the chest where the knife is located, a few superficial, grouped nearby, one to the left upper chest near the clavicle, two more at the mid-chest, between and just below the breasts. There are defects to the shirt consistent with the underlying wounds. There are no defensive injuries to the hands, wrist, or forearms. The right hand is closed in a loose fist. Post-mortem findings at arrival at 2027 and 2155 are the same. The body is mostly flaccid. The hands appear to be slightly stiff. The body is cool to the touch at the extremities and warm to the touch at the torso, front, and back. Lividity is inconspicuous. Findings are consistent with current position of the body. Blood is present on the head, in the hair, and neck. The right hand has blood on it. On the front side of her shirt, along her pants, on the front side, and on the top of both of her boots is blood. The right boot has blood on the sole. The blood around her has generally confined to the area of the body on the floor underneath and on the face of the cabinets behind her. One small blood spatter is on the cabinet to the left of her body. 2 separate drops of blood spatter are on the granite countertop above her. 2 kitchen knives are in the sink adjacent to the body. They are free of any blood or tissue. The sink underneath is dry and also bears no evidence of blood or tissue. A knife block is on the counter between the sink and the range. It's turned over to the side. And that's odd too. Turned over to the side. So it sounds like if you're going to pull knives out, well, how does that knife block fall over unless they're struggling with it or you're in a rage when you're grabbing it? That's bizarre for a heavy knife block to fall over. That's weird. Okay. The 3 utensils are a spatula, fork, and a paring knife, all that bear no evidence of blood or tissue. The knife in her body is consistent with the knife set found in the sink and in the block. Police at the scene provided the information described in the background section. Uniformed police briefly canvassed the hall. At the time, no neighbors reported any loud noises or arguments. Fiancé Samuel Goldberg, police initially interviewed him. He provided the information described in the background section, and he was taken to NWDD for further interviews. The parents, Joshua and Sandra Greenberg. The identification was completed via telephone by the decedent's parents, Joshua and Sandra Greenberg. They were notified by the death by the parents of the decedent's fiancé. So the parents, they were notified of the death by the parents of the decedent's fiancé. By Sam Goldberg's parents notified Ellen's parents that she was deceased. Mom states that she last talked to Ellen the same day at 700 hours when they were both on their way to work. They had a pleasant conversation. She gave no indication that something was imminently wrong. The decedent has been battling issues with anxiety since the end of last year. Mom states she was struggling with something for which she urged her to seek help. She was seeing a psychiatrist, Ellen Berman, in Marianne Station. The decedent is described as anxious, insecure, not sure of herself, and not liking how she felt. Characteristics that were not the norm her entire life. The decedent expressed to her parents that she was a bit overwhelmed with her classroom work. The decedent's occupation is a teacher for the School District of Philadelphia, currently teaching at, Waniata Academy Elementary School. Employed for 3 years, she is described as a bright woman who was very successful and recently received her master's degree in education and certified in reading specialty. The day the incident occurred is the same day the school grades were to be handed in. I thought they were to be handed in the next day. I don't know. The decedent was in a committed relationship with Sam Goldberg. They've been together for 3 years, recently engaged over the summer. The parents have no reservations about their relationship. They described the fiancé, Sam, as a fine young man. They were happy to have him as an in-law. They have no knowledge of any verbal or physical abuse. The parents deny any previous suicide attempts or ideations. The incident is a surprise to them despite her issues with anxiety. And here's the psychiatrist. You guys still with me here? Ellen Berman. She was interviewed via the phone. When notified of the death, Berman was upset. She states that the decedent was a new patient of hers, only seen her 3 times. She saw her 3 times in January. Look at that, 112, 5 days later, and 2 days later. And then she was scheduled for another appointment 8 days. That's a lot to see somebody, right? The decedent presented initially as severe anxiety for 2 months. During her brief sessions, it was believed she was having difficulty with work. She was overwhelmed and felt pressure. She did mention that she was doing well, but the school district changed some regulations, and she also had some issues with difficult students. She didn't know whether to quit or work through it. Berman was in the process of developing a treatment plan, was in contact with the decedent's mother, who called expressing concerns for her daughter. There was never any feeling of suicidal thoughts. When asked about her fiancé, the decedent had nothing but good things to say about him. She mentioned they were getting married, and he was wonderful. Berman even noted a smile when she spoke of him. Berman recalls asking about abuse. The decedent denied any verbal or physical confrontations. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Catherine, the little lady. Okay. Ellen was initially prescribed medication, although she expressed the uneasiness of taking medication. She tried Zoloft first and then switched to a low dose of Xanax. After no success, Berman prescribed her Ambien and Klonopin to help her get sleep. There was never any indication of abusive behavior. I have a question. She only saw her for a brief time, starting on the 12th. Right. Is that enough time to give Zoloft a chance to even work? Not really. And then, is that why she was going in? Or would she give it 2 days and then get the Xanax, and after no success on that, then go to the Ambien and the Klonopin? That seems a lot of medications in a little period of time. There was never any indication of abusive behavior. The scene and body were examined, interviews were conducted, and photographs were taken. The knife was kept in place during transport. The prescription meds and small booklet were taken as evidence. The body was ordered for transportation to the medical examiner's office via police wagon for further post-mortem examination. Comments. The knife recovered from the autopsy is a single-edged serrated blade, approximately 12.5 centimeters in length and 1.5 centimeter wide. The handle is also approximately 12.5 centimeters in length. It's a Cutco brand steak knife. Okay. So that's that report. Let's see what else we have. No, it wouldn't be effective yet. It didn't seem like a lot of time. Yeah. That's a little odd, all those medications in such a short period of time. Okay. But it also would, let's say she was going to do something to end her life. If she had all of those medications, wouldn't you think that would be a choice than all of these stab wounds in the back and the neck, like where have you ever heard of anyone taking their own life in that manner? That's crazy. It's really crazy. Okay. So let's see. That was Scott. Police report, property. Okay. On Wednesday, 126, they went on here. Okay, then they have a white Apple MacBook. But see, these were brought afterwards by the victim's fiance's uncle. Okay? So, who knows what they did to those items? Or if they're even the same items. Correct? That's nuts. That's nuts. And why does this not reflect that? From James Schwartzman, that's the uncle who's the lawyer and a judge, I heard. On Wednesday, 126, and they see it's kind of like very deceptive right here, right? They're talking about what happened on 126, but then they're just putting these items here as if they were collected that day They weren't. Okay? They weren't brought down till 1:29. Right? 3 days later. So 3 days they had that stuff. That's not right. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right at all. Okay. Police activity. I think, did we do the police activity? Yeah, we did these, right? Yep, did that one. Search warrant. Okay, let's look at Dr. Simon. We went through the autopsy. What is the case file? Was interviews. Report of examination. Yeah, this is all the stuff together. It's the autopsy report. Okay, here's the toxicology. Let's see that. Toxicology. Benzodiazepines. Fentanyl. Opiates. Now this is weird. It says benzodiazepines negative in the blood and the cardiac. Fentanyl negative in the blood, cardiac. Opiates negative, blood, cardiac. Opiates in the urine negative. Wet chemical tests. Volatiles, blood, cardiac negative. Then you have zolpidem. In the urine there's a trace. Zolpidem. What is zolpidem? Zolpidem. Blood, cardiac trace. And then clonazepam, that's a benzodiazepine, blood, cardiac present. That doesn't make sense. They say up here benzodiazepines negative, benzodiazepines confirmation, blood, cardiac present. For benzodiazepine confirmation, quantitation, screen, quantitation for diazepam, nordiazepam, oxazepam, tenazepam, alprazolam, triazolam, estrazolam, midazolam, lorazepam, clonazepam, and amino-clonazepam, whatever. Okay, now this is January 11th, 2012. This is a year later. Regarding Ellen Greenberg, deceased. Dear Dr. Greenberg, pursuant to your request, I have reviewed all the records and materials pertaining to the death of your daughter. Clinical summary. Ms. Ellen Greenberg, 27, was found dead by her fiancé, Mr. Samuel Goldberg, in their locked apartment on January 26. Mr. Goldberg reported that he had left their apartment for the gym in their apartment building at 16:45 and returned between 17:15 and 17:30. Stated that he tried to contact the decedent via text message, telephone, and email approximately 1 hour before attempting to get back in, but he got no response. Confirmed by incoming text and email. 911 call was made at 18:33. The solid barred door guard was broken, consistent with Mr. Goldberg's report of forcing in the door. An apartment security man was reportedly present during Mr. Goldberg's entry. He wasn't. He was not. He was briefly instructed to start CPR. Now, why wasn't this person told that that's not true? And there's a signed statement from the security guard. Until he noticed, no, And why don't he was briefly instructed to start CPR. Why doesn't he listen to the 911 call? Like, do I have to? Should I do that? I guess I should. Until he noticed a knife in her chest and was instructed to stop. Medics pronounced the death at 1840. There was no evidence of a struggle. Valuables were present. Nothing was missing in the apartment. The decedent was found supine in the kitchen, her head and upper body resting against the lower half of the cabinets. Blood was present on the head, in the hair, and on the neck. Multiple chest wounds were observed. A knife was embedded in her left chest. It was a single-edged serrated blade, approximately 12.5 centimeters in length, 1.5 centimeters wide, with a handle 12.5 centimeters. The right hand with blood in it was closed in a loose fist, and there was no note or anything to indicate suicide on the computers or in the rest of the well-kept apartment. The last outgoing call in the decedent's cell phone was for 30 seconds. At 14:33, the recipient of the telephone call was not identified. The decedent was clothed in a t-shirt, sweatpants, underwear, a zippered shirt, and UGG boots. Blood was present on the head, in the hair, on the front and sides of the shirts, on the front of her pants, and on the top of both boots. A pair of eyeglasses was on the floor to her right. A white towel, again with no blood on it, was grasped in her left hand. It is not known if there was blood on the towel. Yes, it is known. Just look at the report. A hair tie scrunchie was on her right wrist. The decedent was in a committed relationship with Sam Goldberg. They have been in a relationship for 3 years and were recently engaged. Her parents had no reservations about their relationship. There's no knowledge of any verbal or physical abuse. No report of any detailed interrogation of the fiancé is available. How did the decedent behave before Mr. Goldberg went to the gym only 30 minutes earlier? Her mother stated that when she spoke with the decedent that morning, they had a pleasant conversation. She gave no indication that something was imminently wrong. Her mother knew that her daughter was struggling with something. Ms. Greenberg was seeing a psychiatrist, Dr. Ellen Berman. Ms. Greenberg visited the psychiatrist on January 12th, 17th, and 19th. She was upset and stressed about her job as a school teacher for the District of Philadelphia, where she had been employed for 3 years. She had expressed that she was overwhelmed with her classroom work. She had been prescribed Zoloft first and switched to a low dose of Xanax. After no success, the doctor prescribed Ambien and Klonopin on January 17th. It was specifically noted by the psychiatrist. She starts thinking about everything else, not suicidal. On January 19th, Dr. Berman noted, way better. Ms. Greenberg denied any verbal or physical confrontations with her fiancé. Also reviewed is a diary-like emailed account. Ms. Ellen Greenberg reportedly responded to this close friend's text on January 26th about 12 p.m. saying, "Yeah, you are getting out early." Ms. Greenberg's response was, "Thank goodness." As published in the newspapers on February 1st, 2011, the medical examiners ruled the death as a homicide. Based on the Philadelphia Police Department's announcement on January 28th, a few days later, the police department backed away, making a statement that the case had not been ruled a homicide and was being investigated as suspicious. However, on February 18th, the police retracted their original ruling and officially declared the death of Ellen Greenberg a suicide. Philadelphia City Assistant Medical Examiner Marion Osborne, MD, listed multiple stab wounds as the cause of death. The manner was ruled to be suicide. There were multiple stab wounds to the chest, abdomen, back of the neck, and the scalp. A knife with a 12.5 centimeter blade was present in the 10 centimeter deep chest wound. There were injuries to the aortic arch, the left upper lung lobe, the liver, the dorsal cervical spinal cord at C2 to C3. There were associated bilateral hemothorax and hemopericardium. The wounds were listed as follows. Chest had 8 wounds. Front to back, midline, front to back, midline, 0.2 centimeters deep, 0.2 centimeters deep. Right to left, 1.4 centimeters deep. Right chest, front to back, slightly upward, D, front to back, 2.7 centimeters right of midline, 0.2 centimeters deep front to back, left to right, front to back, and slightly downward horizontal, 10 centimeters deep. Left, second ICS sharp, and 3 blunt end, 9 superior aortic arch. I think is that the one that was left in. Then they're front to back, 0.2, 0.2, 4 centimeters deep front to back. Abdomen front to back, 6 centimeters deep. The head, and neck. Wow, the head had a right occipital scalp 8 centimeters above the right external auditory. Hold on a minute. Why is this so little? Now we're back here. Meatus. Neck had 10 wounds. Back to front, back to front, back to front, back to front. They were all back to front. 8 centimeters deep. 3 centimeters deep. 7 centimeters deep. Between the second and third cervical vertebrae, incising dura over the spinal cord right to left. No defect in the spinal cord. 8 centimeters through the occipital triangle into the ligamentum nuchae, small vessels overlying the cerebellum, subarachnoid over the vermis, caudal right cerebellar hemisphere. Okay, multiple contusions in various stages of resolution were present on the upper and lower extremities, right arm, right forearm, right lower abdomen, right thigh. Contusions in a vertical row and above the right knee. 223 color photographs at the scene and at the autopsy were submitted. No toxicology reports are found in the materials. Reportedly, the tests were negative. Ms. Greenberg had seen psychiatrist Dr. Ellen Berman. Her handwritten notes from the patient's visits have been reviewed. There have not been any summary of any detailed interrogation of the fiancé. What was the most likely manner of death? Suicidal stab wounds can rarely be multiple. Suicides by stabbing are becoming less frequent, with simpler choices being drugs, hanging, or gunshot. Cutting of the wrist and throat is often associated with suicide, whereas stab wounds to the back are unlikely to be suicide. A murder usually involves multiple stab wounds to the side, back, or stomach. In a suicide, there may be additional cuts across the wrist or a tentative stabbing to see if it will hurt or to work up the courage. There will usually only be one wound, and most likely in the chest. The multiple stab wounds to the back of the upper neck and the lower head found on autopsy were unlikely suicide stab wounds, especially the different directions, with vertical direction left to right, straight vertical, and right to left, horizontal and vertical. The locations of the stab wounds high up on the back and neck and lower back of the head are also unlikely for self-inflicted wounds. Suicide victim will frequently leave a note. There was none. There was also no indication that the decedent was suicidal from the standpoint of her own family, friends, professional associates, and the psychiatrist who evaluated her. There had not been any indication that she had any intention to take her own life or that she was depressed during the day she was found deceased. She seemed her usual self in the morning when she had a conversation with her mother and later at midday during her texting with a friend at approximately noon. It would be important to find out from the fiancé how she behaved barely half an hour before when he left their apartment as he claimed. Victim that takes her own life will rarely stab herself through her clothing. Instead, she will open her shirt to expose her skin. Stabbing through clothing may indicate homicide. It is not known if fingerprints on the knife were taken and examined. Yeah, absolutely. What happened on that? Following the review of all submitted documents, the results of the autopsy, and the accounts from the investigation, based upon the reasonable degree of medical certainty, it's my professional opinion that the manner of death of Ellen Greenberg is strongly suspicious of homicide. Very truly yours, Cyril Wright. Now, this is January 10th, 2017. This is Thomas P. Brennan, Jr., consultant, criminal investigative analysis. Let me make this a little smaller now because, okay. Materials received: inspection date of organ tissue, scene photographs, autopsy report, autopsy photographs. After review of the above information, I can offer the following opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. There was evidence of a stab wound which penetrated the cranial cavity and severed the cranial nerves and brain. As a result, she would experience severe pain, cranial nerve dysfunction, and traumatic brain signs and symptoms including numbness, tingling, irregular heartbeat, brachycardia, respiratory depression, neurogenic shock, and impaired loss of consciousness. There was evidence of strangulation. There was a mark over the front of the neck which was consistent with a fingernail mark. There were multiple bruises under the neck and in the strap muscles over the right side of the neck. The patterns were compatible with a manual strangulation. There were multiple bruises over the body, some of which were fresh, many of which were older. The patterns were consistent with a repeated beating. The scene findings were indicative of a homicide. Should further information become available, we reserve the right to amend this report. Wayne K. Ross, MD. Okay. Here's another submitted by Thomas Brennan. After the review of the photographs and reports sent to the Henry Lee Institute of Forensic Science, the following were observed. Photo 1 shows a view of the door leading into the residence with the security lock visible. Some damage appears to be in the area of this lock in the close-up photograph. There does not appear to be damage to the door jamb or evidence of a break-in at the deadbolt lock from the other side of the door. A person can be seen on the floor in the corner of the kitchen cabinets. The view of the decedent in photo 2 shows a female on the kitchen floor with her head and shoulders against the corner cabinets near the stove and sink. A pair of glasses are on the floor to the decedent's right hand. Blood-like stains are seen on the floor and on the woman's clothing. A white towel is in her left hand. Several blood-like stains appear to be on the kitchen counter near the sink. Close-up view of the decedent's head and shoulders is seen in photo 3. It shows a knife in her left upper chest. There are blood-like stains on the knife, her face, and her clothes. There appear to be several cuts on her head. The blood is flowing in different directions on her face, and this could mean that she moved after receiving the initial bleeding injuries to her head. The location of several of the wounds would be a difficult position for her to cause these wounds. The decedent's upper body and the cabinets behind her are shown in photograph number 4. Swipe-type patterns can be seen on the cabinet corner area. There are also some blood spatter patterns and blood dripping in a downward direction on the cabinet to her right. These stains indicate that the decedent received some of her wounds while she was above the level of the stains. The swipe patterns are consistent with having been formed when she fell to the floor. Photograph number 5 shows her middle torso and lower arms. There are at least 300 to 400 blood drops on her upper thighs and waist area. These stains are consistent with vertical blood dropping formed when blood fell from the wounds onto this area when she was in a sitting position. There's also blood on the floor between her legs. Based on the appearance of the blood stains and their locations, these are consistent with the knife being inserted at the area where she was found. She later fell onto the floor with the dripping wounds over her legs. Some blood-like stains are seen on her right hand, No defensive type wounds can be seen. The decedent's lower extremities are shown in photograph 6. Multiple blood drops are seen on the legs, with additional drops noted on the lower legs and on the boot tops. A closer view of the left boot shows several vertical blood drops on the boot top and the sides of the boot sole. Some of these stains appear to be the result of vertical blood drops. Based on the number and distribution of the drops, these stains are consistent with having been from her initial injuries. If the decedent had received a massive injury while upright, the number of stains should have been greater. The decedent's right hand, around the area around her right hand, is shown in photograph 8. There is a blood smear on the right hand. A few blood drops can be seen on the floor, which may indicate that she was upright for some of her injuries. There's no indication of cleaning in this area. Photograph 9 is a closer view of the bloodstains on the cabinet doors near the decedent's head. Several bloodstains can be seen that are dripping downward, further indicating that she was upright when she received some of the wounds. A small amount of cast-off type bloodstains are also seen in this area of the cabinets, indicating a downward direction. Photograph 10 is a close-up of picture of reddish-colored stains on the counter. It is unknown if this stain is in fact blood. If, however, it is blood, it's consistent with a blood drop from some spatter. This would be further indication that the decedent was upright when she received some of the injuries and then subsequently fell to the floor, leaning back against the cabinet. Photograph 11 shows the inside of the sink in the kitchen. 2 knives and a wash brush are in the sink. Other photographs show cut fruit and other knives on the kitchen counter. Review of the medical examiner's findings showed that the decedent received multiple stab wounds to the chest, abdomen, neck, and scalp. Multiple contusions, bruising were noted at the various locations on the upper and lower extremities. The bruises were apparently in various stages of healing. So where'd she get all these bruises? Summary of the findings. After review of the reports and the photographs, the kitchen area where the decedent was found is consistent with the primary indoor scene. Assuming that all the blood noted was the decedent's blood, the blood stain patterns indicate that she was in a standing position when she received her initial injuries, which caused the blood dripping on the kitchen sink, counter cabinets, and drops on the floor. Subsequently, she was on the floor with her head leaning forward, producing all the blood drops that fell onto her pants and between her legs. 2 separate contact stains were found on the cabinet near her. One stain was consistent with a wipe from right to left. The second was consistent with a hair swipe, indicating her hair with blood from her head injury came in contact with the cabinet in a downward direction. The stab wounds noted in the photographs are consistent with being caused by a knife, but there is no indication of the length or width of the knife except for the wound in which the knife was embedded to the handle. The decedent received additional wounds to her neck and head that were not clear in the scene photographs. Therefore, it's not possible to make additional observations on those patterns at this time. The number and types of wounds and bloodstain patterns observed are consistent with a homicide scene. Elaine Pagliaro and Henry Lee, PhD. Henry Lee is the blood spatter expert. He's done a lot of cases like the Peterson one where she fell down the stairs, right? And didn't he also do Simpson? Okay, let's see here. Following the initial 2011 investigation carried out by the Philadelphia Police Department, our office received this case on 2018 on a conflict referral from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. We conducted our own thorough investigation to determine a manner of death, interviewing the chief medical examiner of Philadelphia and the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, meeting with the family's representatives and reviewing information they provided to our attorneys, among other steps. Among the additional evidence we reviewed were web searches for methods of taking your own life, a quick death, and depression that were done on Miss Greenberg's personal computer in the weeks before her death, and text messages between Ms. Greenberg and a family member on the day of her death, showing the decedent in serious mental distress. Our office has concluded that this evidence supports suicide as the manner of death. Accordingly, we have communicated our findings to the family through its representatives and have closed this investigation. So these are these Google searches. So they have one here on December 18th, and it says methods of taking your own life. On 1-3, they have sex, fantasy, death, model death, Zoloft, Prozac side effects, benefits, sertraline. Let's see what else they had here. Weight gain, sertraline. So if she's going to take her own life, why is she going to worry about weight gain? What does she care about weight gain, right? What does she care about weight gain on 1-9 if she was going to take her own life? Depression, Zoloft. Okay, let's see this one. Girl electrocuted to death trying to Twitter in the bath. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. That could just be she's looking that up. Twitter bath. Yeah, that was what. So that might be something that was trending on Twitter. Who knows? That doesn't. Okay. 110. Quick. Take your own life. Okay, but what was Boston lifestyle? What do we have here? Then she has euthanasia, a dangerous weapon. Painless taking your life. That was 110. This happened 126, right? So for 16 days there was nothing like that. Okay. Let's see here. Hang on a minute, I'm trying to get something else up here. This is something of, it's very, okay. You got blueberries out in the strainer. You've got an orange that was cut, like she's going to eat something. Here's the knife block that's turned over. Those are her parents and her. Let's see here. Okay, so let's go back to Cindy says those searches were found after Sam's family had the laptops. Correct. Also, FBI did a check on the computers and found nothing of interest, and then Philly threw out those results. Okay. They left her expensive engagement ring but took her devices and purse. Okay, let me go back to, so here's some other information. There's information about the month leading up to her death, Ellen Greenberg's parents and friends began to notice a significant change in her behavior. Ellen, who had always been cheerful and composed, became increasingly anxious and stressed. When questioned about these changes, Ellen attributed her anxiety to work pressures and the stress of planning her wedding. Her anxiety reached a point where she expressed a desire to quit her job and move back home with her parents. Ellen wanted to come home, surprising her parents with a text. "I want to leave this place. Get me out." Now that's supposed to have been on 12/8. Okay, and then it says, shortly thereafter, Ellen had also asked a cousin who lived in Philadelphia if she could temporarily move into the cousin's home and stay with the family. When asked if her fiancé also would be joining her, Ellen did not respond. As Ellen's anxiety continued to escalate and began affecting her sleep, her family urged her to seek professional help. Following their advice, Ellen saw a psychiatrist on 3 occasions who prescribed Klonopin, Ambien. A long-acting benzodiazepine was intended to help manage her anxiety and panic attacks, and when Ambien was prescribed for her insomnia, Ellen initially reported to her loved ones the medication seemed effective and she felt better. On January 8th, Ellen texted her mom, Sandra, "I'm starting the med. I know you don't understand, but I can't keep living with feeling this way." January 10th, her computer revealed searches for quick death. She also opened an article on euthanasia and browsed a website about painless suicide. January 12th, she saw the psychiatrist, Dr. Ellen Berman. Notes from a visit: "Wants things in control, my whole life, hard worker, anxious, not sleeping, job sucks." Okay. January 16th, Ellen made the last entry in her journal about her medication use. She kept the journal in her purse. January 17th, Ellen saw the psychiatrist, Dr. Ellen Berman. Notes from the visit: "She wants to quit, but mom and fiance don't want her to. She can get out of the contract with 2 weeks' notice when she starts to work or something. She starts thinking about everything else, not suicidal." January 19th, she saw the psychiatrist. Notes from the visit: "Way better, feels 75% better, agrees she should just get through till June. She tends to walk around compulsively neatening up." Then January 22nd, Ellen sent out her save the date cards for the wedding, as they had set a date to get married August 13th, 2011 at the Hotel Hershey in Hershey, Pennsylvania. That day, she was also helping her close friend with her upcoming wedding. That Saturday, they went dress shopping for bridesmaids' dresses. While looking for bridesmaids' dresses, Ellen began crying and told her friend, "I'm so sorry. I know I'm not myself, but I'll get it together." January 26th at 7 a.m., Ellen spoke to her mother. At 12 noon, Ellen received a text from a friend. "Yay, you're getting out early." She replied, "Thank goodness." At 1:15, Ellen left her job as the schools closed early due to the severe storm coming. At 1:26 p.m., Ellen stopped for gas. Hold on a minute, I've got a picture for this. Okay, why would she stop for gas at the gas station if she was planning to take her life? She got like 40 some odd dollars worth of gas. So it wasn't just get home or something, right? Ellen stopped for gas. She topped off her tank and ensured her fuel lines wouldn't freeze during the massive winter storm. Ellen used her Visa card at the gas station on Umbria Street, not far from Venice Lofts. She spent $41.20 at pump 4 and filled her tank with 12.878 gallons of unleaded gasoline. At 2:30, she made a call to a local restaurant. 2:33, Ellen called someone for 30 seconds. In her apartment, she remotely entered the grades for her first grade students. 3:47, Ellen sends her final text. 4:45, Sam Goldberg left the couple's home at 4:45. Surveillance at the apartment captured him entering the on-site gym. At 4:46, Ellen uses her laptop. At 5:30, Sam Goldberg exits the gym and attempts to unlock the apartment, finds the interior swing bar latch engaged, begins calling and texting Ellen repeatedly. Okay, I've got another problem. If he left at 4:45 and she used her laptop at 4:46, she was alive. They have the surveillance camera. The only thing I can think of is he changed the time on her computer. But can he literally do that? And would it be just 1 minute? I don't know. That's weird. Okay. Ellen used her laptop 5:30, and there's no the cameras. I'm sure they looked from 4:45 to 5:30 to see if he ever came out sooner, right? Went back up there, did something. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, unless from the gym, is it possible he could avoid all cameras? I doubt that very much. Okay, approximately 40 minutes later, Goldberg bangs on the door, shouts her name, but receives no reply. At 5:45, neighbors hear him calling Ellen's name. 6 o'clock, he goes downstairs to talk to the doorman and security, Phil Hanton, to help break the latch. Hanton refuses, explaining it violates policy, but offers to call the police. 6:07, 6:10, Hanton calls Ellen's phone twice from the lobby line, no answer. 6:14, Goldberg calls his cousin, Camianne Schwartzman, an attorney. 6:23, surveillance captures Goldberg re-entering the elevator towards the 6th floor. 6:26, he receives a call from his uncle, James Schwartzman, attorney. They instruct him to enter and then call 911. Okay, that's kind of odd. Why did he call his cousin, an attorney, and get his uncle to call him back? What was that about? That seems like he already knew something was going on. So there's like things that point to that he did something or something, he knew something, and then things that just baffle me a little bit. Sam Goldberg sent Ellen a text message, but they don't put the times on this text. Hello, open the door. What are you doing? I'm getting pissed. Hello, you better have an excuse. What the F? Ah, you have no idea. He then went downstairs and asked Phil Hanton to help him break the lock. Phil refused. 5:44, the neighbors heard him calling. Okay, we already went through that. Okay, the dispatcher, Samuel, was instructed to remove Ellen's sweater and administer CPR. At that moment, he says he notices there is a knife in her chest. Right? And he says, she stabbed herself. She fell on the knife. Okay. Dispatcher, where is she bleeding from? Goldberg, I don't know. I can't tell. Dispatcher, I'll walk you through CPR if you're willing. I have to, right? Dispatcher, yes. Lay her on her back and remove her shirt. Her shirt won't come off. It's a zipper. Oh, she stabbed herself. She stabbed herself, the dispatcher says. I guess so. I don't know. Or she fell on it. There's a knife sticking out of her heart. Dispatcher says, don't do CPR. Wait for the police and medics. Call duration was 3 minutes. Emergency responders responded on scene. She was pronounced dead at 6:42. 7:30, James and Camianne Schwartzman arrived at the Venice Loft Apartments after they received multiple calls from Sam Goldberg. 8:27, the detective arrived on scene. Detective Veal and Revy arrive on scene. Ellen seated back to cabinets, eyeglasses on the floor, white towel in her hand. 9:30 p.m. homicide detective responded. 9:55 final documented assessment of the body. 11:25 fiance arrived by police transport to the Northwest Detectives Division for questioning. Body removed at 3 a.m. for autopsy. Okay, the weapon. The handle of the knife is present, protruding from the chest. Bloodstains are noted on the sweatshirt. Bloodstains are noted on the floor. Kitchen knife block is noted on in the counter in the corner. The knife block is overturned. Pair of eyeglasses on the floor. Sam Goldberg is questioned by the police after taking an initial statement. The officers accompanied him to the police station for further questioning and then released him that evening. Okay, let's see. Sam Goldberg. Let's see what he was doing. He's a television commercial producer and founder of the production company Barkley, Kalpak and Associates. Oh, that's his mother. I'm sorry. That's his mother. His father's a businessman. His mother's a television commercial producer. He has a degree in communications and media production from Temple University in Philadelphia. His uncle, James Schwartzman, is a prominent Philadelphia defense attorney and former SEC trial counsel. His cousin is also an attorney. The Schwartzman family is well known within Philadelphia's legal and business community, and they're closely connected to the Goldbergs through Mindy Goldberg's side of the family. Okay, so he began his media career with NBC Sports in Stamford, Connecticut, where he worked as a producer. He relocated to Philadelphia. This is the fiancé. Producing for Comcast Sportsnet. Colleagues describe him as ambitious, organized, and high energy with a focus on sports programming and live event coordination. He maintained an active online presence under the handle at Sammy GNBC. On the day of Ellen's death, Ellen left work early. Let's see, Sam went to the building. Jim, where was Sam? And when they don't tell us when he got home or what he was doing. Is he working from home? I don't know. Let me see. Goldberg was described as distressed, repeatedly stating Ellen must have harmed herself. EMS noted rigor mortis and cool skin temperature, implying she had been dead 30 to 60 minutes before discovery. Police later confirmed that Goldberg spoke with two family members, James and Camion Schwartzman, before calling 911. An unusual delay noted in several later analysis. Sam cooperated with initial questioning. His movements were verified via the gym keycard and surveillance. He was never charged or named as a suspect. He lived privately after the investigation. The doorman later signed a sworn declaration denying that he accompanied Goldberg to the apartment door, contradicting Goldberg's earlier statement. He got married to Caroline Faye Schnee on January of 2014, 3 years later. Let's see. What else do we have here? Paramedics got that. Death investigation. Went through that. First autopsy, okay, was the homicide. I went through the activity sheet. Okay, we're going to look at the other. We looked at the 2012 Cyril White findings. Crime scene, okay. No footprints in the snow outside, no note or explicit suicidal intent. Okay. Laptops. Wayne Ross, we went through that one. We went through the detective's reports. We went through Henry C. Lee. Okay, let's see what this is. All right, what is this? Let me see what this is. Hang on a minute. We've got a letter here. Letter to Sam. Whoopsie. Come on. Hold on a minute. Come on. Okay, here we go. Let me push this over here. Come on now. Go over there. Oh my gosh, this is like so freaky. Okay. Now why is this all the way up there? Hang on a moment. That down. Get this is somewhere over here. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Hang on a second. It's not letting me move this, so I can. Let me just open it again. I'm just going to close that one and open it again. I don't know what is going on here. It's like stuck there. All right, forget it. Let's just read it like this and then I'll get rid of it. Sam Giuliano, MD, Chief Medical Examiner. Dear Dr. Giuliano, I write in regards to the 2011 death of Ellen Greenberg and your office findings to alert you of a number of questions that cast serious doubt in the minds of various medical and neuropathological experts as to the conclusion of your office. Don't tell me I've got to speak tonight. As to Ellen's cause of death as being a suicide. In our view, these questions warrant a closer examination of the case and further investigation of the circumstances surrounding her untimely death. Enclosed are copies of reports by several eminently qualified experts in the fields of medical forensics and neuropathology who have unanimously concluded that Ellen's death could not have been the result of a suicide. Wayne K. Ross, MD, a well-credentialed board-certified pathologist who specializes in forensic pathology and neuropathology, conducted his own independent investigation, including a re-examination of Ellen's spinal cord specimen retained by the medical examiner's office, and concluded beyond a doubt, among other things, that it is not possible that all of the wounds suffered by Ellen were self-inflicted. Similarly, Cyril M. Wecht, MD, Also a prominent forensic pathologist, after conducting his own examination of the complete reports, concluded consistently with Dr. Ross that not only could this have not been a suicide, but that all pathological indications pointed towards homicide. Henry C. Lee, PhD of the Institute of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven, concluded after reviewing the entire case file that the number and type of wounds inflicted, as well as the bloodstain patterns observed, were consistent with the scene of a homicide, not a suicide, consistent with those findings as set forth in a March 15, 2019 article published in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Guy D. Andrea, a former Philadelphia homicide prosecutor who reviewed the entire case file before leaving the district attorney's office, Gregory McDonald, chief deputy coroner for Montgomery County, and Robert D. Capel, retired chief criminal investigator for the Washington State Attorney General's office, all determined the physical evidence raised serious questions and undermined a finding of suicide in Ellen's case, and in some cases warranted a determination of homicide. As briefly summarized below, the unanimous conclusions of these experts, coupled with the other serious concerns militating a finding of suicide, warrant a reopening of Ellen's case and a further investigation of her death. Other material considerations warranting the reconsideration of Ellen's cause of death. 1. Evidence that 2 knives were used in Ellen's death. According to Wayne K. Ross, MD, there is a substantial forensic evidence suggesting more than one weapon was used in Ellen's death. Although only one was recovered at the scene, Dr. Ross concluded a strong likelihood that 2 knives, one serrated and one smooth-bladed, were used in Ellen's death, although the only knife recovered at the scene was of the serrated variety and found embedded 4 inches in Ellen's chest. The import of Dr. Ross's conclusion cannot be overstated. If a second knife was used in Ellen's death but not recovered at the scene, someone other than Ellen necessarily disposed of it, which alone rules out suicide as the cause of death. Studies of the wound pattern suggest not all could have been self-inflicted. According to Dr. Ross, it's very unlikely that several of the wounds suffered by Ellen could have been administered by Ellen herself, and categorically impossible for all the wounds to have been self-inflicted. The cumulative effect of the wounds suggests that before the final stab was administered to Ellen's chest, she would have been rendered physically incapable of inflicting more wounds. Ellen suffered a significant wound at the base of her skull that penetrated her brain by several centimeters. The particular wound resulted from an upward strike to the base of the skull that would have been difficult, if not impossible, for an individual to inflict on herself. Moreover, Dr. Ross conducted a forensic examination of a preserved sample of spinal tissue and concluded that the injury inflicted on the nervous system by this blow would have rendered Ellen incapacitated and incapable of performing further harm, including the final stab wound to the chest. Questions concerning the involvement of Dr. Lucy Warwick Adams. Although the police investigators relied heavily on the conclusions of Lucy Warwick Adams, MD, in justifying their findings of suicide, serious questions have arisen regarding Dr. Warwick Adams' involvement. According to the police investigators, when confronted with questions arising from the irregular wound pattern, particularly the above frequency and severity of certain injuries preceding the final chest wound, but determined to find a medical explanation consistent with the finding of suicide, investigators reached out to Dr. Warwick Adams, a neuropathologist with whom the Philadelphia Police and Medical Examiner's Office consulted from time to time. And according to this report, Dr. Warwick Adams concluded, after conducting an examination of the spinal tissue, that the damage inflicted at the base of the skull to the brain and spine could have resulted in Ellen becoming numb to the pain or the subsequent stab wounds, while leaving her still sufficiently ambulatory to inflict those further wounds, but there is no evidence that Dr. Rourke-Adams ever conducted any examination of Ellen's spinal tissue. She never issued a report. She was never paid for her services, and although there are records of Dr. Rourke-Adams performing examinations on the days preceding and following the date of her alleged examination of Ellen's spinal tissue, there are no records that she performed any work for the city of Philadelphia on the date noted in the report. Furthermore, Dr. Rourke-Adams has no recollection of consulting with the police department or the ME's office on that date, and there's no corroborating record of her being picked up and brought to the ME's office as the reports suggest. In fact, in interviews with the Philadelphia Inquirer, Dr. Rourke-Adams claimed to have no recollection of the case at all, and further stated the lack of any invoice or report of her findings confirms that she had no involvement in the case. Dr. Rourke-Adams' involvement is crucial, as her medical conclusion is a necessary element in the ultimate suicide finding, for without any explanation as to how it was physiologically possible for Ellen to inflict further wounds to her own person after suffering a blow that substantially severed her spinal cord, the ultimate finding of suicide would have been impossible. Blood pattern evidence suggests that Ellen's body was moved or repositioned. Upon review of the crime scene photographs and other evidence, the independent experts have concluded that Ellen was lying down and later moved into a sitting position in which she was discovered by investigators. For example, clear from the photographs of the scene is a trail of blood running horizontal parallel to the floor along the side of Ellen's face, which Detective Scott Ellman concluded defies the laws of gravity and suggests Ellen was moved from the original position she had been in when the blood dried. Detective Ellman, a specialist in crime scene reconstruction who regularly pairs with Dr. Ross, also analyzed the blood stains on Ellen's sweatpants, sweatshirt, and shoes and found other evidence that was consistent with her being moved or repositioned post-mortem, concluding that she had been in a position different from that in which she was found at the time the blood was deposited on her sweatpants, sweatshirt, and shoes. He further concluded that Ellen's head had been placed in several positions during the time of the blood flow and for long enough as to have the blood flow across her face and back towards her ear, upward towards her eyes, and also downward towards her chin in a manner that's inconsistent with the position in which she was found by investigators. The knife block suggests an altercation. Absolutely. The condition of the crime scene raised serious questions from the independent experts that for these experts supporting a finding of homicide rather than suicide. Among the questionable conditions, the heavy knife block from which at least one weapon was retrieved was found laying on its side, pulled over with sufficient force to have knocked two of the knives stored therein across the counter and into the sink. The condition of the knife block and the knives is consistent with somebody grabbing a knife quickly and forcefully, as in the midst of an altercation with another individual, rather than that of a person who alone in the kitchen pulled a knife out for use, at least initially for the preparation of a fruit salad. Ellen's behavior that day is not consistent with suicide. Ellen's events leading up to Ellen's death are also inconsistent with suicide. After leaving work early that day due to the snowstorm, Ellen filled her car's empty gas tank. Also, Ellen was halfway through preparing a fruit salad, which was left unfinished on the counter as seen in the photographs. In addition, Ellen's treating psychiatrist, Ellen Berman, MD, is firm that Ellen was not suicidal. Finally, all the wounds to Ellen's chest and abdomen were inflicted through her clothing, which as investigators concluded is highly unusual in cases of suicide. In nearly all documented cases, an individual will lift his or her clothing and stab directly into the skin. As the independent experts have indicated, Ellen's behavior is not consistent with someone preparing to take her own life, and when considered in light of the other serious questions surrounding her death, suggest another explanation. The door locked from the inside. That the door was locked from the inside with the safety bar engaged was the principal factor in concluding that Ellen's death was a suicide. Indeed, this factor was so critical In the minds of the original investigators, the remainder of the investigation seemed like an exercise in uncovering explanations, no matter how unlikely, to justify the initial prejudgment. But that the door was locked from the inside at the time of Ellen's death was merely accepted and was never itself properly tested. As noted in the experts' reports and visible in the photographs at the apartment, the safety bar remained intact and undamaged, and although disengaged, was still attached, albeit loosely, to the door and door frame respectively. Had the door been forced open from the outside without first disengaging the safety bar, as the investigators concluded, at least one of its ends would necessarily have been ripped from its screws in either the door or the door frame. Tests performed by one investigator using an identical mechanism repeatedly confirmed this. Contrariwise, the damaged but functional safety bar depicted in the photograph was consistent with the application of force to the door, but not entry, as the door had been pulled from the inside, causing the damage seen in the photographs, and then manually disengaged. Door had been pulled from the inside. Although a forced entry was reported by Ellen's fiancé, who told police investigators that upon finding the safety bar engaged and Ellen not responding to text message, he kicked the door open in the presence of a member of the building security. The member of the security staff allegedly present when Ellen's fiancé kicked the door is firm he was not present, as alleged. Lack of defensive wounds. Although another of the factors cited in support of finding suicide was the lack of defensive wounds on Ellen's hands and arms, which would be expected of the victim of a knife attack of this nature. However, Dr. Ross explained in his report, the stab wound inflicted upward at the base of Ellen's skull to her spine and brain would have been incapacitating and made further resistance impossible. Moreover, Dr. Ross did find evidence of fresh bruises and a fingernail imprint on Ellen's neck, suggesting she may have been physically overwhelmed and rendered defenseless by her attacker at the outset of the altercation, further explaining the lack of defensive wounds customary in knife attacks. Moreover, a lack of defensive wounds is not unheard of in these instances, particularly when the victim is attacked quickly so as not to be able to defend herself, the proverbial blitz attack. Mental state. Ellen had obtained treatment for her anxiety in the weeks preceding her death, and there was no indication from her therapist or anywhere else that Ellen had exhibited a predisposition towards self-harm or that she had entertained any suicidal ideations at the time. In fact, Dr. Berman maintains Ellen did not exhibit any indications of suicidal ideation while under her professional care. Prescribed Klonopin for her anxiety, the toxicology screen showed levels in her system were consistent with the prescribed dosage and that Ellen was using the medication as directed. Putting aside for a moment obvious conflict of interest concerns involving certain members of the OAG who became involved in this matter once the Philadelphia DA's office recused the OAG's investigation, is fraught with many problems. The OAG investigators conducted a forensic analysis of Ellen's laptop computer and found in her internet search history evidence of an interest in painless death. The OAG concluded this was consistent with a finding of suicide, but made no determination whether this was consistent with the finding that Ellen committed suicide. Further, OAG nowhere addresses the known chain of custody concerns pertaining to Ellen's laptop and cell phones, or how these concerns may have impacted information now stored on these devices. Finally, leaving aside questions related to the chain of evidence and reliability of these findings, the OAG was unable to explain how an individual interested in a painless death would have reached the unlikely conclusion after allegedly conducting research on the subject that a preferred method of suicide was to stab oneself 20 times front and back. Conclusion: this is a case that requires a closer examination and more thorough investigation, which can only be accomplished by changing the cause of death listed on the death certificate from suicide to inconclusive or homicide. The prior definitive conclusion of suicide is simply not supported by the evidence, and in light of the facts and circumstances raised by independent experts, constitutes a capricious exercise of discretion. This matter unquestionably warrants further consideration, and the certificate of death should be changed to reflect that need. Thank you for your prompt attention. Okay, and that's Joseph Podraza Jr. Okay, so back to here. Okay, so then we've got the letter on September 20th, 2019. What do we have? Dr. Louis Lazarus has a report. Okay, this is just, we don't have to go through the whole thing here. But I'll just show you this and skim through this because it's just another what are you doing? How did you go over there? You're supposed to be over here. Please go over here, mister. Come on. Okay, so this is Louis Lazarus, PhD, clinical neuropsychologist. To whom it may concern, the following is a psychological opinion regarding the nature of the death of Ellen Greenberg that occurred. Okay, that goes through this. In my opinion, Mrs. Greenberg was not in a position in which she was found at the time. The blood deposited on the sweatpants. So they go through much of these things, the wounds. There's a reconstructed 3D computer model, my goodness, that her parents had done. And they said 11 posterior head and neck wounds sustained by Ellen are not biomechanically consistent with self-infliction. The subject posterior head and neck wounds are consistent with focalized stabbing by an assailant. Okay, self-infliction of the multiple posterior-oriented head and neck angulated subject wounds would require multiple intentional dynamic motions of the proximal and distal radioulnar joints, which is not biomechanically probable by Ellen Greenberg. So they go through that. That's not possible, right? She was 27. They get that. The locations of the wounds with respect, everything else. Let's go. In conclusion, there's a preponderance of the evidence that argues against Ms. Greenberg from having taken her own life, as suggested by the medical examiner, that Ms. Greenberg's death was not due to suicide. I believe the foregoing narrative clearly outlines the rationale for this opinion, that the forensic experts who have consistently suggested that this pattern and number of wounds was not indicative of a suicide. So that's another one. Okay. Okay, and then we have Dr. Wayne Ross. We looked at that already. Declaration of Philip Hanton. We looked at that. That's he was not with Sam Goldberg, right? Okay. All right, this now, right here is the Dr. Osborne verification. Well, let me pull that up. I hope you guys are still here because I can't see you guys, so I don't know. I may be talking to myself. I hope not. Oh no, there you are. Okay, guys. Let's see. Golf Channel. What about the Golf Channel? The camera stamps, if you watch them, do not exactly match the time from the other sources, such as Sam's phone. Watched every one of those videos. I'd like to have you on panel one time. Would you come on and talk to me? Maybe? Okay. A lot of material to, yeah, there's a lot. That's what I do, a deep dive. He worked for the Golf Channel. Yeah, I saw that, and prior to that, right, it was NBC Sports as well. Okay, let me see this now. Okay, we've got this now. I am a resident of the state of Florida. Oh, get over there and stop being a little brat. Keep going. Get all the way over there. I'm a resident of the state of Florida. Maintain a medical practice. On January 27, 2011, I performed an autopsy on Ellen Greenberg, deceased, and I determined that her manner of death to be a homicide, and I signed a death certificate indicating it as a homicide. I therefore issued an amended death certificate on April 4th, 2011 for Ellen, which changed her manner of death from homicide to suicide, and the change was made based on additional evaluation of the case, additional information provided by the Philadelphia Police Department, and a neuropathology consult from Lucy Rourke Adams, MD. Since issuing the amended death certificate, I have become aware of additional information I did not have at the time issuing the amended death certificate, which may have impacted my opinion. I am now aware that information exists which draws into question, for example, whether Ellen's fiancé was witnessed entering the apartment before placing the 911 call on January 26, 2011. Okay, now let me read this again. I am now aware that information exists which draws into question, for example, whether Ellen's fiancé was witnessed entering the apartment before placing the 911 call on January 26, 2011, whether the door was forced open as reported, whether Ellen's body was moved by someone else inside the apartment with her at or near the time of death, and the findings of Lindsay Emery, MD, from her neuropathological evaluation of Ellen's cervical segment sample. It's my understanding that I am no longer empowered to amend Ellen's death certificate myself because I no longer maintain a Pennsylvania medical license, and I no longer am employed by the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office. But based on my consideration of the new information brought to my attention after leaving my position as medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia, along with my original autopsy findings and information considered while I was actively involved in Ellen's case, it is my professional opinion Ellen's manner of death should be designated as something other than suicide. I hereby verify and affirm that the statements made in this verification are true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I understand that false statements herein are made subject to the penalties related to unsworn falsification to authorities. And that was signed and dated 1/31/2025. Okay, so back. to opinion. Let's see here. So that was one. Where are we? Let me get to that date here. Okay, so let's go to this date, 1/31/2025. So on February 2nd, 2025, the Greenbergs reached a settlement with the city, which agreed to pay an undisclosed amount. Additionally, the medical examiner's office will reevaluate Ellen's manner of death. Josh and Sandy consider Osborne's verification sufficient. To us, it means that we've accomplished our role, that Ellen did not commit suicide. Here you have the original pathologist, finally, after 14 years after Ellen's death and 5 years of litigation, acknowledging that her manner of death should not be suicide, but should be deemed something else. That was said by their attorney, Joe Podraza. The Greenbergs have argued since 2021 that a re-examination of forensic evidence shows Ellen could not have caused some of the wounds. At least one was caused after she had died, according to the medical tests contained in the court filings. February 6th of 2025, let's see. Speaking on Thursday, Shapiro mentioned that at one point the Greenberg family requested that his office stop reviewing the case. He also declined to comment on the city of Philadelphia's recent reclassification of Greenberg's manner of death. We transferred it to the Chester County District Attorney, if my memory serves me, Shapiro said. They reviewed it for a couple of years and reached the same conclusion. Shapiro emphasized that it is now up to the Chester County District Attorney's Office to decide whether the new classification from the medical examiner warrants reopening the case. There has to be new evidence, not just a change in opinion, Shapiro said. If the medical examiner has uncovered new evidence, I'm not familiar with it, as I am no longer Attorney General. If they have new evidence, they should share it immediately. Shapiro also expressed frustration over claims of new information that did not actually introduce anything previously unknown. Said, as a father of 4, my heart breaks for the Greenberg family. No family should ever have to bury a child. There was nothing I wanted more than to give these parents finality, clarity, and answers, but the additional evidence we reviewed during our investigation did not support what they hoped to find. In fact, reinforced the initial determination of suicide. Well, it actually was an initial determination of homicide. Okay, June 2025. Was a deadline the city gave for re-examination results. No results provided. No contact with the Greenbergs or the forensic experts. July 2025. Still no progress in the medical examiner. August 2025. Philadelphia is not upholding the agreement to re-examine Ellen Greenberg's death, the family claims in court. Their attorney files a motion in common pleas court to enforce the settlement terms. Philadelphia agreed to pay $650,000 to Ellen Greenberg's parents, Joshua and Sandra, to conduct an expeditious re-examination of Ellen's 2011 death. In return, the Greenbergs would withdraw both lawsuits from 2019 and 2022, and again, they would agree never to sue the city again, regardless of the outcome of the new examination. Status of settlement compliance, re-examination, no evidence that has begun. The Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office has not contacted the Greenbergs or their forensic experts. The city originally requested to keep the review in-house. Their attorney says the family was told the results would be available by June 2025, but nothing's been shared. Okay, so they had a motion in August 2025 to enforce settlement. And let's see. September 3rd, there was a scheduled hearing, 1:30 p.m. The case was continued to October 14th, but not before the judge strongly admonished the city's attorneys over the continued delay in changing Ellen's manner of death from suicide to undetermined. The review was supposed to occur expeditiously under the terms of the Greenberg settlement with the city reached on February 3rd, 2025, yet 7 months later to the day. the change has not been made. Judge Carpenter also questioned why the city has not already acted to correct the ruling. I never really understood why this couldn't be changed to undetermined from the beginning. The original ME said it was homicide. He made that based on the evidence that was in front of him at the time. The case gains renewed public attention with the release of a Hulu docuseries, Death in Apartment 603, What Happened to Ellen Greenberg. On October 7th, the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office releases a 32-page review, reaffirming that Ellen Greenberg's death was a suicide. No defensive wounds, Okay. So let's... This is their new review. Let me get that. Let me open the file here. Simon. Where are you, Simon? Simon, Leonard, Simon. I know I have you in here. Dr. Simon, here we go. Okay. Medical Examiner's Office was asked to conduct an independent and unbiased review of all materials relating to the death of Ellen Greenberg, be conducted by the undersigned. The ultimate question to be answered by this review was whether the manner of death should be changed from the current ruling of suicide to could not be determined or homicide. So let's see. Here's the materials reviewed. Electronic and paper records from the medical examiner's case files, photographs, electronic and paper records by the Philadelphia Police Department, transcripts of the depositions of Dr. Lindsay Emery, Sam Galino, and Marlon Osborne. Consultative reports from Dr. Wayne Ross, Dr. Jonathan Arden, Dr. Cyril Wecht, Detective Scott Eelman, Henry Lee, Ph.D., Thomas Brennan, Michael Woodhouse, Ph.D. Investigative materials by Dr. Wayne Ross and Death in Apartment 603, What Happened to Ellen Greenberg, a documentary miniseries on Hulu's streaming service. Really? Okay. On Wednesday, 1/26/2011, at approximately 7:30, the death of Ellen was reported to the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office. All right, we know that. Okay, so there's conflicting information. Let's see this. An investigator for the Medical Examiner's Office responded to the scene at 8:27 on 1/26/2011. At the scene, the investigator spoke to the decedent's fiancé and police. At this time, the fiancé reported that he had left the apartment 4:45 p.m. to use the apartment building's gym. And when he returned to the apartment 5:15 to 5:30, the fiancé found the apartment door secured from the inside. He attempted to reach Ellen via text, phone calls, knocking on the door for approximately 1 hour before he forced entry. There is conflicting evidence in the medical examiner's records as to whether the fiancé was accompanied by staff from the apartment complex when he forced entry into the apartment. In the report of death investigation written by the responding ME under the section labeled Circumstances, the following description was provided. He, the fiancé, proceeded to contact the decedent via text message, telephone calls, and emails for approximately an hour before he forced entry into the apartment. There is no indication in the circumstances report who provided this information about entry to the apartment. In a separate report written by the same ME's office investigator titled Investigation Report under the section Background, the following description was provided. He, Sam Goldberg, fiancé, provided to try and contact the decedent via text messages, telephone calls, and emails for approximately an hour before he forced entry into the apartment. An apartment security man was reportedly present during the entry. Well, we know that's not true, and this is so silly. The medical examiner's office investigator noted that all information contained within the background section of this report was provided by the police at the scene and the fiancé. It's not documented in this case file who specifically reported that the entry to the apartment was witnessed by apartment staff. While there are no date timestamps to verify which report was entered first, the investigation report containing the second excerpt includes details of interviews conducted after the autopsy was underway. The fiancé reported to the medical examiner's office investigator that he found Ellen unresponsive on the kitchen floor. He called 911 and was instructed to give CPR. When he began to render aid, no, he didn't even begin to render aid, the fiancé noticed the knife in Ellen's chest. At this point, he stopped rendering aid. He never even began to render aid and awaited first responders. The scene of the death was a 6th-floor apartment. The apartment building was described as a gated community with a 24-hour concierge service. Severe snowstorm had impacted the region, which resulted in several inches of snow accumulation. The medical examiner investigator documented the scene photographically and with a narrative report, and findings appear consistent with one another upon review by the undersigned. Ellen was found supine on the kitchen floor with her head, shoulders resting against the lower kitchen cabinets. Okay, we're going to go through the same thing here, okay? No signs of a struggle, no valuables taken, no suicide note, all that stuff. The bottles are for the alprazolam, clonazepam, right, all where they are. They have the texts, the missed calls, all of that. First, police interview of Ellen's fiancé. Police transported the fiancé for an interview at 11:25 p.m. During this interview, the fiancé said that Ellen was already home when he arrived home at 1:30 p.m. that day. While at home, Ellen was upset about her job and indicated that she wanted to quit. The fiancé noticed that Ellen had been stressed over work for a couple of weeks leading up to that day. After offering some encouragement to his fiancé, he said he left the apartment around 4:45 to use the apartment building's gym. And when he left, Ellen was reportedly in the apartment grading papers. The fiancé then stated he returned to the apartment around 5:20. Well, it's kind of weird that Ellen didn't use any electronics or anything after he left that apartment. Not at all, right? There's that 1 minute thing that he said, yeah, I think she was already gone. When he left, Ellen was reportedly in the apartment grading papers. The fiancé stated he returned at 5:20, found the latch for the apartment door was engaged. He reported calling and texting Ellen without a response. Then he said he went back down to the apartment building lobby to talk to the building's concierge and see if a maintenance worker was available to help with the door. He said he then proceeded back to his apartment, tried calling Ellen again with no response. The fiancé stated that he forced entry to the apartment at 6:29 p.m. Of note, during this police interview, he did not claim to be accompanied by the apartment building staff when he forced entry, nor was he specifically asked by the police if his entry into the apartment was witnessed or not. When he saw Ellen on the kitchen floor, the fiancé said he called 911. Why doesn't he mention calling his cousin and his uncle, both attorneys, who told him to go into the apartment? Why did he leave that out? The 911 operator reportedly asked the fiancé if he would be willing to provide CPR to Ellen. The fiancé said he agreed. No, he didn't say he agreed. He said, I guess I have to. But when he got close to Ellen to start rendering aid, he saw a knife in her body. The fiancé reportedly informed the 911 operator of the knife, and the 911 operator advised the fiancé to wait for the emergency responders. The following timeline of events was compiled by the undersigned based on the Philadelphia Police Department's documented review of call logs, response reports, keycard swipes from Ellen's apartment building, and surveillance. 1:32 p.m., Ellen entered the parking garage of the apartment complex. At 1:53 p.m., the fiancé... So he lied. Did he not say he was home before she got home? Oh, wrong. Okay, that Ellen was already home. Sorry, I have that wrong. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Do I have to delete the whole lie? Some lady said I had to do that when I made a mistake. No, I made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, so yes, they do. Okay, so she was already home. That's correct. Never mind. Okay, so he enters at 1:53. But didn't he say he was having a conversation with her at 1:45? Or he just didn't say? He says he arrived home at 1:30. Okay. But that's a lie too. He arrived almost a half an hour after 1:30, right? Yeah. At 4:51, the fiancé enters the gym of the apartment building per key card swipe. 5:30, he's on surveillance leaving the gym and walking towards the concierge desk in the lobby of the apartment building. So he would have had to have killed her before he left for the gym, right? He did it. He went to the gym. If he did this, allegedly. If he did this. That's what he had to do, right? Okay. Fiancé on surveillance video getting on a lobby elevator while reading mail. 6:10, fiancé on surveillance video leaving a lobby elevator walking towards the concierge desk. 6:13, fiancé's on surveillance video getting on a lobby elevator. 6:25, fiancé on surveillance video leaving a lobby elevator. 6:31, the fiancé's on the video walking through the apartment building while talking on a cell phone. Fiancé on surveillance video getting on an elevator. 911 call. And that's what he was on with the uncle. The uncle said, get in there and call 911. Medics responded. Ellen pronounced dead at the scene at 6:40. Okay, then we know all that, right? All of that stuff. The interviews, the medical examiner, Ellen's parents. Okay, we've already gone through those. Ellen's psychiatrist, we've gone through that. Right? Okay. Remains of Ellen. She has all those wounds. We've gone over that. Dr. Osborne. Details of the review of the autopsy report and the photographs. Dr. Osborne documented a total of 20 stab wounds, incised wounds. Okay. This is all what we've already read about the autopsy. Following Ellen's autopsy, Dr. Osborne certified the cause of death as multiple stab wounds, the manner as homicide. A detective from the homicide unit of the Philadelphia Police Department was assigned to investigate. The knife recovered from the body. What, can I ask why we don't have DNA testing on that knife? Was there not DNA testing in 2011? And if there wasn't, isn't that piece of evidence there to be retested for DNA? I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay. The knife recovered from the body, clippings of Ellen's fingernails, the clothing worn by Ellen, several grade books. These items were submitted. The laptop computers, the iPhone from a male relative. Yeah, great. Yeah, after you've taken them away for 3 days. Okay. 2/1/11, police submitted swabs of brown stains on the apartments, kitchens, cabinets, Police were contacted by the apartment building's property manager. Oh, look at this now. Let's look at this. The property manager reported that Ellen's parents were at the building to collect some of Ellen's belongings. At some point that day, one of the parents used the lobby restroom near the building's gym and discovered a small amount of blood. The parent proceeded to station himself at the door of the bathroom and requested that police come and test the blood for DNA. The property manager reassured them that the bathroom was used regularly by both residents and guests, and they also informed them the bathroom was cleaned twice daily and pointed to a wet floor sign indicating the bathroom had recently been cleaned. Officers from the police crime scene unit responded, photographed the area, and sampled the blood for testing. Okay, and that's the concierge. let's see what they say. The concierge reported to police that Ellen's fiancé came to the front desk sometime between 6 and 7 on 126. At the time, the fiancé reportedly indicated that he was locked out of his apartment. The concierge described the fiancé as appearing agitated and sweaty during the trip to the front desk. Due to their position at the desk, the concierge reported that they could only see the fiancé's blue t-shirt and short pants. Although the concierge offered a master key to unlock the apartment door, the fiancé reportedly declined the offer, saying the door was locked from the inside. The concierge reportedly instructed the fiancé to return to the 6th floor and call out to Ellen, while the concierge attempted to call her from the front desk. The fiancé reportedly left the lobby and went towards the elevators. During one of the concierge's multiple attempts to call Ellen, her fiancé reportedly returned to the front desk. According to him, the fiancé appeared a little more agitated than he had at his first visit to the front desk. When the fiancé was informed that there was no tool to open the door from the outside, he reportedly requested to speak to the building's maintenance supervisor. The concierge reportedly dialed the maintenance supervisor and gave the phone to Ellen's fiancé. After the phone call, the fiancé reportedly left the front desk again. Shortly after the fiancé left the front desk the second time, firefighters reportedly arrived at the building. Concierge reportedly escorted the firefighters to the elevator and then returned to the front desk until summoned to the 6th floor to speak to the police. When they went to speak with the police on the 6th floor, the concierge described Ellen's fiancé as sitting in the hallway and that he was clearly upset. When asked by police about Ellen's relationship with her fiancé, the concierge described Ellen as being very excited about a package that was arriving, reportedly the wedding invitations. Police interview of the apartment building maintenance supervisor. He was reportedly called by the building concierge around 6:30 regarding a lockout of 603. Maintenance supervisor reportedly offered the master key to unlock the apartment, to which the concierge replied that they were asking for a tool to unhook the inside door latch to the apartment. The concierge reportedly handed the phone to Ellen's fiancé, who proceeded blah, 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 blah. Okay, we know all that, right? When asked about their relationship, maintenance supervisor said they live like a very happy couple. Okay. On the 6th floor, the property manager reportedly saw Ellen's fiancé sitting in the hallway with other I can't talk tonight anymore. Emergency personnel. When a medic exited apartment 603, they reportedly informed the fiancé of Ellen's death. After this notification, the property manager reportedly helped Ellen's fiancé call his family while staying in the hallway with him and police officers. The property manager reportedly noted that Ellen's fiancé was wearing sneakers while sitting in the hallway. The property manager reportedly overheard Ellen's fiancé tell police that Ellen was stressed about work. When police asked him why Ellen would latch the door when he went to use the gym, Ellen's fiancé reportedly responded, "I don't know." Eventually, several members of the fiancé's family reportedly arrived at the apartment building. At this point, the property manager reportedly left the 6th floor and met the family members downstairs, keeping them downstairs while awaiting word from the police. When the property manager asked police if the fiancé's family was allowed to go upstairs to see him, police reportedly responded that no family was permitted upstairs. The property manager then reportedly requested that an officer come downstairs to answer the family's questions. Property manager then reportedly escorted police to several apartments on the 6th floor so that police could interview the neighbors. Approximately 10:30 p.m., everyone, including Ellen's fiancé, reportedly left the 6th floor except for one police officer who guarded the door to Unit 603. The fiancé was reportedly witnessed getting into a police car and leaving the premises, with his family following. More police officers reportedly arrived at the apartment building sometime between 2 and 2:30 to remove Ellen's body and lock the apartment door behind them. On the morning of 1/27/11, the property manager reportedly asked police if they could enter the apartment, which police advised against due to the nature of the scene. The property manager then reportedly requested permission from the police to hire professionals to clean the apartment, which was granted. Okay. One neighbor, subsequently referred to as Neighbor A by the undersigned, reportedly exited the elevator on the 6th floor sometime between 5:30 and 5:45 and saw Ellen's fiancé in the hallway knocking on the apartment door and asking to be let inside. After the initial encounter, this neighbor went into their apartment and overheard Ellen's fiancé continuing to knock on his apartment door. And after approximately 15 minutes in their apartment, Neighbor A walked back out into the hallway and reportedly told the fiancé that the front desk has a master key to unlock the apartment doors. At this point, the fiancé reportedly told Neighbor A that he was locked out because the door was latched from the inside. Ellen's fiancé reportedly forcibly pushed open the door to show Neighbor A the problem. While this neighbor couldn't see the latch engaged at this point, they reportedly noticed the latch reverberating and making a noise when the fiancé pushed the door. It was clear that the door was latched. That's why they said that. Okay, that's the question I had. After the encounter, Neighbor A reportedly returned to their apartment. The neighbor estimated the fiancé had intermittently knocked and asked to be let into the apartment approximately 1 hour following the neighbor's first sighting of him in the hallway. Then at approximately 6:40, Neighbor A overheard multiple people talking in the hallway. The neighbor looked out of his apartment window and saw a fire truck in the parking lot. When asked, Neighbor A did not recall hearing unexplained commotion or arguments coming from 603. Police interview of a 6th floor neighbor, Neighbor B, reportedly exited the elevator onto the 6th floor sometime after 6 p.m. At that time, Neighbor B reportedly saw Ellen's fiancé in the hallway pounding on the door and yelling, "Ellen, Ellen, open the door." The neighbor reportedly saw the fiancé wearing a blue t-shirt, Nike shorts, and Nike shoes, which Neighbor B described as really, really light shoes. Approximately 30 minutes later, while in their apartment, this neighbor reportedly overheard Ellen's fiancé in the hallway saying that she was bleeding from the head, that there was a lot of blood, and that there was a knife. Neighbor B then reportedly overheard the fiancé answering questions in the hallway while intermittently sobbing. The neighbor reportedly overheard the fiancé tell police that Ellen was depressed about something at school and that she went on medication for this. Ellen's fiancé was also reportedly overheard telling police that he should have gone in sooner. When asked by police, Neighbor D denied ever hearing arguing from apartment 603. Okay, then they have Ellen's psychiatrist, which we know all about that, right? Okay, 3 interviews of her friends. Police interviewed 3 of Ellen's friends. All 3 friends described Ellen as being stressed, anxious, and or depressed about her work as a school teacher. 3 friends offered different time intervals for when Ellen developed this anxiety/stress, varying from the whole year to 3 or 4 months before the incident to December of 2010. 2 of these friends mentioned Ellen was specifically worried about her students' grades, with the 3rd friend only mentioning Ellen's displeasure over recent unspecified rule changes at Ellen's school. One friend indicated that Ellen's grades were due the week of the incident. The only stressor identified by these interviewed friends was Ellen's work. All 3 friends reported Ellen as deeply unhappy with her job, saying things like she didn't know if she could do this anymore. She wanted to quit her job. She hated her job, and allegedly telling a friend, maybe I should just get pregnant and I can take off work and not go back. Two of the interviewed friends described Ellen as being more isolated, disinterested in past hobbies or pastimes, and subdued in the weeks leading up to the fatal incident. One friend noted that during this time frame, Ellen seemed like she couldn't get herself to go to family functions. Another friend asked Ellen what the cause of her personality change was, to which Ellen reportedly responded that she was overwhelmed by work and the school's grading system. Ellen also allegedly reported that a medication she was taking may have also played a part in her mood change. One friend reported that Ellen's mom had come to stay with her over some weekends since the onset of Ellen's mood changes. Two of the interviewed friends reported that Ellen had started seeing a psychiatrist in January of 2011. According to one of the friends, it was Ellen's mother who convinced her to seek treatment. All three friends mentioned Ellen being on medications for her mood changes, and at some point the medications changed due to unspecific side effects. None of the three interviewed friends expressed concerns about Ellen's fiancé. One friend described the couple as having a wonderful relationship. Another friend said Ellen loved her fiancé to pieces. The third friend described Ellen's fiancé as a great guy. A medic who responded reportedly saw Ellen's fiancé seated in the 6th floor hallway. The medic described the fiancé as wearing a blue t-shirt and gray sweatpants. While heading to the apartment, the medic reportedly overheard Ellen's fiancé asking the property manager if Ellen was breathing and if she was okay. After assessing Ellen in the apartment, the medic pronounced her dead at the scene. When the medic informed the fiancé that Ellen was dead, he reportedly slid down the hallway wall into a seated position and rolled onto the floor saying, "I can't believe it," and "We just sent out the save the date cards." Ellen's fiancé elaborated on his prior statement to police on the night of the incident. He described Ellen as being very stressed out about school the day of her death. Specifically, Ellen worked as a first-grade teacher and her grades were due. He stated Ellen was trying to work on the day of the incident, but seemed unable to concentrate. He described Ellen as seeming to have lost confidence in her teaching abilities at the beginning of the 2010 school year, and that this had caused her work to take over her life. Ellen reportedly avoided social events with more frequency near the time of the incident, citing work-related excuses. In January, when Ellen started getting depressed, she reportedly asked her fiancé if he would still love her if she was crazy. He reportedly assured Ellen that his love was unconditional. At some point, Ellen also reportedly told her fiancé that she just wanted to feel like her old self again. Ellen was reportedly under the care of a psychiatrist for this work-related stress. Ellen was initially prescribed Zoloft and Ambien, but reportedly stopped taking the Zoloft at some point because she said it made her feel lackadaisical and zombie-like. Ellen was reportedly switched to Xanax. Ellen's fiancé denied knowledge of any prior self-harm or having serious concerns about Ellen's mental state prior to the incident. The only health concerns Ellen had that the fiancé was reportedly aware of were night sweats and episodes of an elevated heart rate. Ellen's fiancé explained that he did enforce entry into the apartment sooner, on the day of the incident, because he thought that perhaps Ellen was in the shower, working with headphones on, or napping. Ellen would repeatedly only latch the apartment door shut when she went to sleep or when her fiancé traveled. Reportedly, Ellen did not normally latch the door shut when her fiancé went to the gym. The fiancé reported speaking to a neighbor in the hallway when he was trying to enter the apartment. The neighbor reportedly suggested the fiancé go to the front desk to get a spare key. He responded that he had his keys, but the door was latched from the inside. When Ellen's fiancé forced entry into the apartment and called 911, he reportedly agreed to provide CPR with the 911 operator's assistance, and when the fiancé prepared to get Ellen lying flat on the floor, he reportedly saw the knife in her chest, but a knife that had wasn't it a 12-centimeter handle? And he didn't notice that sticking out of her chest? Come on. The 911 operator reportedly advised him to stop. Okay. Couple got engaged on June 20th, 2010, and their wedding was planned to take place on August 23rd, 2011. Ellen's fiancé denied any prior domestic issues with Ellen, requiring police or parental involvement. While at the police department on this date, Ellen's fiancé volunteered a DNA sample for use as a comparison to DNA on evidence from the incident. Okay. Police interviewed 4 of Ellen's co-workers. All 4 of the co-workers independently commented on Ellen's stress in the lead-up to the fatal incident. They each indicated that Ellen was specifically worried about the grades she was giving her students. 2 of these co-workers explained that Ellen's school had changed its grading system and it made Ellen worry about giving students correct grades. One co-worker further explained that Ellen said she gave some students inflated grades in the hopes of motivating them during the first marking period of the school year. With the new guidelines on grades, she reportedly worried that she would have to give these students lower grades in the second marking period. Ellen reportedly told one coworker at some point that she told her fiancé she wanted to quit her job, and that the fiancé reportedly responded that she shouldn't quit, but rather work through her issues. One coworker reported seeing Ellen in the school parking lot on the day of the incident after school had been dismissed early for a snowstorm. At the time, the coworker reported that Ellen was again stressed about grades. According to 2 of these coworkers, at least 2 different teachers at the school had advised her to seek help for stress. Ellen reportedly told one coworker that Ellen's own parents had advised her to see someone for her stress. 3 of the interviewed coworkers reported that Ellen was being treated or about to be treated for her work-related stress. Ellen reportedly told one coworker that she wasn't sleeping and the medications she was originally prescribed weren't helping. She reportedly went on to say that changes to her medication were helping. One of the coworkers reported it was hard to console Ellen when she was stressed, and that she seemed very guarded when the topics of counseling and medication were broached. 3 of the interviewed coworkers commented on Ellen's relationship with her fiancé, and they described Ellen as being excited about their engagement and upcoming marriage. One coworker said that Ellen always spoke highly of her fiancé. Another coworker reported Ellen had allegedly told another coworker that her fiancé was her knight in shining armor. Summary of reviewed texts and phone calls. Calls from Ellen's phone on 1/26. And all text messages 8:25:10 and 1:26:11 were reviewed. Numbers are either the call log from 1:26 is 1:09, a call made to a coworker lasting 14 minutes 49 seconds. At 2:33 there was a call made to a number not saved in contacts, 30 seconds. Internet search links to the number is to an area restaurant. Upcoming reservation at the same restaurant mentioned in a text exchange between Ellen and a friend on 1/25/2011. So she was making a reservation, right? She filled her car up with gas. That doesn't sound like things you do when you're going to take your own life. There were no incoming calls listed on 1/26. Missed calls, 5:24, call from a family friend. 5:24 to 5:42, 6 from the fiancé, 5:42 from an individual saved in contacts, 5:47 to 6:03, 7 calls from the fiancé, 6:07, 4 from the front desk, 6:11 to 6:13, 2 calls from the fiancé, 6:21, calls from the front desk, 6:25, calls from the fiancé. All text messages from Ellen's cell phone from 8/25/2010 to 1/26/2011 were reviewed by the underside and are summarized by topic in this section. A relationship with her fiancé. Ellen appeared to be in a loving relationship with her fiancé based on the text messages from her phone. A recurring theme from the text messages was that Ellen was often separated from her fiancé due to the nature of his work. There were no messages in which Ellen mentioned hostility or mistreatment by her fiancé. Ellen never expressed fear of her fiancé, nor did any of her contacts. Mental state and health. There were references in the text history back to 9/23/10 of Ellen being anxious or stressed for unspecified reasons. Related to this anxiety was insomnia, which was severe enough to become a topic of conversation with several of Ellen's family members and friends. No mentions of injuries, physical handicaps, or medical conditions, aside from psychiatric issues, were identified in Ellen's text messages. Based on the text message history, Ellen appeared to be stressed by her work as a teacher, with mentions of this as early as 10/7/2010. Multiple times in the messages, Ellen indicated a desire to quit her job. There were multiple references in the text messages regarding her anxiety about grades that were due to be submitted to the school administrators on the night of her death. Based on the text history, Ellen was planning her upcoming wedding. In addition to her regular work at the school, she had been attending a class or a continuing education course in the evenings. The start and end dates for this course could not be identified with the text messages. The following is the last exchange of messages from Ellen's phone. 1:26, 1:51. Person. So sick, it's been miserable. Ellen. Oh no. Person. Yeah, I feel like I've tried everything, but nothing is working. Ellen. Well, that's the thing. It feels that way for a reason. Person. I guess it's not fun, though. Hopefully it goes away by 12 weeks. Well, I guess she's pregnant, right? How many now? Ellen says. Person 7. OMG, says Ellen with a smiley face. Person says, I know, crazy, right? Person says, if I wasn't so sick, I wouldn't believe it. Ellen says, bah, ha, 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 I love it. When do you go to the doctor? Person says, Tuesday a.m. Maybe then it will seem real. Yay, says Ellen. Person says, how have you been this week? She says, my grade, I want to scream. And grades are due tonight, and I can't seem to get them done. Person. Ugh, 3:47. Person. Scan some to me. I'll do after work tonight. Okay, now. So she was texting at 3:41 p.m. He supposedly left at 4:45. She probably got off there. Went to go make a fruit salad. He came in, maybe allegedly, and killed her. He left for the gym. After the above exchange, there were 9 separate unanswered texts from Ellen's fiancé between 5:32 and 6:11. Records from 3 psychiatric sessions. On 1/12, that was the first appointment. Ellen described feeling anxious for a couple of months. She denied ever previously feeling as anxious as she was at the time of these sessions. Ellen also described difficulty sleeping, a lack of appetite, decreased concentration, and an unintentional weight loss of 5 to 10 pounds. Additionally, there were mentions in the records of possibly compulsive cleaning. These records indicated that Ellen was taking Zoloft and that her dosage was increased at her first appointment. There were references in the records that Ellen was feeling overwhelmed by work. Ellen described herself as a hard worker and a perfectionist who felt she was in an impossible situation with constant work and persistent feelings of criticism. Ellen indicated to her psychiatrist she wanted to quit her job. Ellen indicated she was frustrated because she thought she would be happy with her life, but she wasn't. The records referenced Ellen's parents as being pretty close and perfectionists who want things in control. The records also suggest that her parents may not have approved of psychiatric medications, something that appears to be corroborated in Ellen's text messages. Records from a second appointment, 1:17. At her second appointment, Ellen reported not taking her prescribed medications for sleep because she wanted to keep working instead. The records, it again referenced Ellen's desire to quit her job as a school teacher, going so far as to outline her contractual obligations if she were to resign. Based on the records, Ellen had even looked for a job in her hometown, but reportedly found none. The records described a previous experience involving work-related stress in which she changed her college degree because she felt unable to do the work required in the original degree. Ellen appeared to attribute her difficulty with work to an inability to maintain focus on her current task. It sounds like this girl had ADHD and probably could have benefited from something else. At the second appointment, there was feeling overwhelmed and not being able to focus and all that stuff. At the second appointment, there was a suggestion to work with her parents, but Ellen reportedly felt like she couldn't do this. Ellen denied feeling suicidal during the session. The records indicated that Ellen switched from Zoloft to clonazepam this visit. On the third visit, final appointment, Ellen reported improvement in her systems after switching Zoloft to Klonopin. There were more references to possibly compulsive cleaning habits. At the visit, Ellen allegedly said she was not worrying about parents. It was unclear from the records if this was in reference to her parents or the parents of her students. The records listed a diagnosis code for adjustment disorder with anxiety. Okay, serology testing. The following items were tested. 1 swab of a stain in the upper kitchen cabinet, 1 stain in a microwave, fingerprint testing. The knife recovered from Ellen's chest during autopsy was assessed for latent prints. 2 non-usable prints were found. Great. Post-mortem toxicology testing. Forensic toxicology test results revealed subtherapeutic levels of zolpidem and clonazepam in Ellen's blood collected during the autopsy. DNA testing of evidence from the apartment, the underpants on Ellen, swab of the handle of the knife, a swab of blood stains, swab of brown stains, a swab of fingernail clippings, and fingernail clippings from the left and right hands, blood stains from the posterior sleeves, blood stains from the anterior right sleeve. A mixture of at least 2 DNA profiles was recovered from the underpants. The DNA mixture is consistent with having originated from Ellen and her fiance. The odds of selecting someone at random. Okay. A single DNA profile was detected on the other items. The DNA consistent with Ellen. The odds of selecting someone at random. Okay. Due to the highly technical and specialized terminology, the undersigned is unable to comment further on the findings of this report. Consultant reports, Dr. Cyril, okay, all the ones from them, and what they felt. She put them all down. We've already gone through all of those. Jonathan Arden, did we get him? Materials, let's see what they said. Materials reportedly reviewed. While stab wounds to the posterior head and neck are atypical of suicides, they are not physically inconsistent with being self-inflicted. Final conclusion, the manner of death is suicide, of that one. Ellen did not commit suicide. The manner of death is suicide, Arden. Should be noted that none of the consultants indicated having reviewed the police records, and only one of the consultants reviewed Ellen's psychiatric records. Synthesis of the reviewed materials. Ellen was last seen by someone other than her fiance at her work parking lot by a coworker on the afternoon of January 26th. At that time, Ellen expressed concerns to the coworker about submitting her students' grades, which were due at the end of the day. The last text message sent from Ellen's phone expressed frustration about not being able to finish the necessary paperwork. Okay. While the time of Ellen's last activity on her work computer was not independently verified by the undersigned, the time of 4:46 reported by a recent documentary would seem to cooperate with the fiance's statement to police. Ellen's anxiety related to work was a reoccurring theme throughout all the reviewed interviews of family, friends, and coworkers. This anxiety was also documented throughout her text messages and by her psychiatrist in the days leading up to her death. Her anxiety was severe enough to cause unintentional weight loss and insomnia, as documented in her psychiatric records. The insomnia was particularly troubling to Ellen based on her text messages. On 1/8/2011, Ellen texted someone indicating that she was going to start taking medication for the anxiety. Based on the other text messages and the psychiatric records, this would correspond with Ellen starting to use the antidepressant Zoloft. By psychiatric records, text messages, and interviews, Ellen did not feel like Zoloft was helping. Ellen stopped taking that, started taking clonazepam. Okay, and then she said she was better when she went to the, right? No concerns regarding the fiancé's treatment of Ellen were noticed in the interviews or Ellen's psychiatric records. No text messages to Ellen indicated an unhappy, unsafe, or abusive relationship. None of the, but he was through those electronics. Okay. Let's see. The scene of the incident, we've already been through that multiple times. Updated timeline of events. Fiancé enters the parking garage. We went through that one. Stab wounds, okay. All the blunt injuries. Final analysis, let's see. This is the last page, guys. To summarize the entirety of this report, Ellen Greenberg was a young woman suffering from anxiety at the time of her death, and that anxiety appeared mostly due to her work as a teacher. She was specifically worried that the grade she needed to submit on the day of her death would indicate that she had previously given inflated grades to her students. She expressed this anxiety about the grades to her friends, her coworkers, and her fiancé in the hours leading up to her death. She was under the care of a psychiatrist for this anxiety, while her recent change in medications had helped with insomnia associated with her anxiety. She did not survive long enough to address the anxiety itself, thus she had an increase in energy to act on her anxious thoughts. Ellen was found dead in her apartment with 23 stab and incised wounds. These wounds were limited to the posterior head, neck, right neck, and central front torso. While the distribution of the injuries is admittedly unusual, the fact remains that Ellen would be capable of inflicting these injuries herself. Many of the stab wounds would be best characterized as hesitation wounds. No defensive injuries were identified on her body. There was no evidence to indicate Ellen was incapacitated or incapable of defending herself. The fiancé's DNA was not detected on the knife used to inflict the injuries. He self-reported timeline of events, but neither was hers on the knife, right? They were two marks. They were what'd they say, inconclusive or something? No evidence was provided to indicate Ellen was in an abusive relationship. No evidence of a third party being in the apartment. With all the information considered, it is the opinion of the undersigned that the manner of Ellen Greenberg's death is best classified as suicide. All opinions stated in this report are expressed with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. The undersigned reserves the right to amend any statements or opinions if presented with additional significant information. Well, what about that information that someone saw him entering the apartment? What about that? Okay, so that was on 10/10/2025. Okay, let's see what we've got after that. The Greenberg family attorney publicly condemned the new ruling, calling it deeply flawed and shameful. Let's see, shame on you. Ellen Greenberg's parents, let's see here, are still trying to find out what happened to their daughter. The attorney for Ellen Greenberg's parents is blasting the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's recent reevaluation of the young woman's 2011 death as a suicide, calling it deeply flawed and omitting important facts. In a court settlement with Greenberg's parents, The Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office agreed in February of 2025 to review Greenberg's manner of death, which was initially ruled a homicide before being changed weeks later to a suicide. After months of review, the Philadelphia Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Lindsay Simon, determined last week that Greenberg's 2011 death should remain classified as a suicide, even though her family and friends believe she was murdered. She would never do that, her mother, Sandy Greenberg, previously told media about the suicide ruling. The Greenberg's attorney, Joe Podraza, believes Greenberg's death needs to be further investigated and that he disagrees with Simon's findings. And I quote, he said, "People who are not as familiar with this story must understand that this report omits facts. It misstates facts and provides no context where some is needed." He says, Simon's so-called independent review of Ellen Greenberg's death is a deeply flawed attempt to justify a predetermined conclusion. He took particular issue with a ruling that a stab wound found in Ellen's spinal column was made during her autopsy, which he said was rejected by every credible expert, including the city's own neuropathologist. In a phone call, he said this is a post-mortem stab wound that Simon wipes away by saying it was an artifact of the autopsy. Okay. So this 3-part series on Hulu follows the family as they fight to reopen the investigation and uncover the truth about their only child's strange death. Simon's report came shortly before a hearing that was scheduled for October 14th before the Philadelphia Common Pleas Court Judge Linda Carpenter, who expressed her frustration at the length of time the re-examination was taking. Now that the re-examination has been completed, Podraza said it is problematic. The lawyer said the report ignores key evidence that contradicts suicide, including missing surveillance footage, unexplained bruises, and a recreation which proves Ellen could not self-inflict all of those wounds, and accounts of a toxic relationship, and instead builds a flimsy case on distorted portrayals of Ellen's mental health. Shame on you, Simon. Podraza called the report an embarrassment to the city and an insult to Ellen and her family. And I quote, he said, "It is clear the truth will not come from Philadelphia's law enforcement machinery. Though Ellen City turned its back on her, we will continue through other avenues to get justice for her murder by any means necessary." And that is where we are. And let's see, what does everybody think here? Hi, Chrissy. They tested the knife only, her DNA on it, though that clean white towel may explain why only her DNA was on it. I thought they said only her DNA was on the blood, but I thought they said there were prints taken on the knife. And let me see. Let me see. Okay. The lobby bathroom. What happened there? A swab of the bloodstains from the handle of the knife recovered. Of course, the knife's going to have her DNA because it was sticking in, but I thought they said that there were 2 prints on the knife and they were inconclusive. I don't know. I can't go through this all again. Hang on a minute. I got to get something. Assuming she sent those texts, remember laundry pretended Gabby? Yes. Remember, wait, which is the month after she moved in with Sam? Wait. Wait. Slow. What are you talking about? Who moved in with Sam? Sam Goldberg. Okay, Sam. You call him. Okay, I'm just losing it. 9/23, which is the month. Wait, they tested the knife only, though the clean white towel. 9/23, which is a month after she moved in with Sam. Hold on a minute. Shapiro has ties to the Goldberg family. Okay, Ellen moved in with Sam. I got you. Just hold on for 1 minute. I got to get something. Don't go anywhere, please. You're right there. I got to get something. Hold on. Hold on a moment. What's the matter? With nails. What's the matter? Remember bad dreams? Sorry, I had to get little puppies. Sam the big ones. What's going on? What's going on? Okay. Sit here with me. Okay? Alright. Sorry, I had to get somebody. So let's see. You said, Cindy, that Ellen moved in with Sam. Uh-oh, you're in my computer there. Okay. Ellen moved in with Sam. She started complaining she was stressed. Ah, I get you now. I got you. So you've studied this case a long time here, Cindy, it looks like? It looks like a long time you've been involved in this case, right? And your opinion, Cindy, I could say, right, is that it's not... let me ask this. Is there, and it's okay. If you have that feeling, go ahead and say it. Does anybody feel that this is a suicide? Anybody here listening, or if you're listening on the replay, does anybody feel that it's a suicide? It's okay. You know, whatever. Just say it if it is, if you think it is. Just go ahead. Sam is guilty. Okay, and he's remarried, right? And he has children, I heard. He got remarried in 2014, and I wonder what his wife thinks. And I just want to say, he looks like a guy that would fly off the handle. He almost looks like a guy that would be on steroids, maybe. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Sometimes I see people and they have crazy eyes. They have 2 kids. I'm not saying he has crazy eyes, but I'm saying, have you ever seen people, sometimes you can see them and you know they're a complete hothead? You can just see it, that they're like nuts. Like, it's like that crazy eyes. That was like the Curb Your Enthusiasm. They saw the person with the crazy eyes. I know somebody that has crazy eyes. And there's a couple of people, like I've said to people, I don't know that that person has ever been violent or anything. Or maybe I do know some things, but like if they told me that so-and-so went crazy at the gas station and did like a bunch of really bad stuff, I would have no, like, you never see me go, really? I never thought that. Like, I say, yeah, I can totally see that. Totally see that. Okay, anybody here, does anybody think this is a suicide? So, anyone listening or on the replay, just let me know if you think it is. Just let me know. Did you know about her pack bags? Yes, I heard that she had like toiletries and stuff. She looked like she was packing. But yeah. But where would she be going in that snowstorm, though? I don't know. Did her parents live close to her? Snowstorm might. Why she never left? Okay, I gotcha. You're squishing down. You're squishing down. Oh my gosh. I believe Harrisburg. Okay, and they were. Harrisburg is around Hershey, and she is in Philadelphia. Maybe 2 hours away. Okay. So far, nobody believes it was a suicide? Does anybody believe she took her own life? Why do you think these people are doing this? You think this is all... they're getting paid off or something? What's going on? What happened to... it's just you and me, Cindy. You and me. Oh, there you are, MSL. I thought it was just me and Sydney in here. After Sam spoke to his cousin that night, cousin headed to Sam's, as you know, but uncle stayed behind. I believe the uncle called in some favors. And the uncle was his mother's brother, I believe. That's crazy. I wonder why he would do something like that, though. What would maybe he didn't want to get married? Maybe, I don't know. I was going to say she told him she's pregnant, or I don't know. Did it have, he mentioned the save the date stuff immediately. We just sent out our save the date, right? That's a strange thing to mention. We just sent out our save the date. He sounded really odd on that 911 call. Really, really odd on that 911 call. Especially when the lady told him something like, "You have to calm down, I can't hear you." He just switched it right off. Did you hear him? And look how many people thought that, I don't know if you followed Jeffrey Scullin with us, everybody thought he had no temper, even the family members, and then come out and find out he had a bad temper, right? And, but everything seemed fine. They thought the daughter was fine, everything was fine, so... And he might have been the one that was giving her all the stress. I think she told him she was leaving. You think she told him she was leaving? But why, if he didn't want to marry her, would he worry about that? Why would he worry about that? If he didn't want to get married. That would be good news, wouldn't it, to him? When mentioned they saw Sam in the hall while on the 911 call, not with Ellen. Right. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I heard that, yeah. What the matter? Witness mentioned they saw Sam in the hall, yeah. Why wouldn't he want to get married? Oh, you think he did? Well, because sometimes when they kill the wife, it's usually they found somebody else, or I don't know, they don't want to get married. Maybe he thought she was going to stop working and have kids. I don't know. If they just moved in recently, I don't know. A lot of guys, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? So many signs of abuse. Many dangerous, yeah. When the women are leaving, yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, so I think that, I don't know, well, where does this go from here? What do you think is going to happen from here? I mean, I think the city settled with the parents maybe to calm them down and think that then you're going to, well, just let this be and not pursue this anymore or something. I don't know. What do you think? But that's definitely not the case. Watched a few DA psychiatrists and they said this is classic. Watch for DA psych. Do you mean DV? Domestic violence? What? Oh. Parents won't give up. I do not know what options they have. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but they just mentioned something about a toxic relationship, though. So is there evidence? Because if there's new evidence of a toxic relationship, but for the uncle to get those electronics and everything, that's terrible. But could they have dated things differently and stuff? I don't know. Depending on who if I got a guy that knows how to do this. I got a guy that knows how to do that. Who knows? They got a guy probably to do it. If they did it, allegedly. And they could have deleted any kind of text messages about, because it's odd that there's not a disagreement or anything. Yeah. Oh, even though they say you can't delete anything and it'll bring it back. It'll bring it back, but so I don't know. I think it's time to do word cookies, but I appreciate you coming, and we'll probably be talking about there's this and there's something else that I wanted to talk about tomorrow. What the heck was it? What was it? There's another. Oh, somebody said Scott Peterson or something, but I didn't see that. I've got to see. But hopefully you subscribe so you get our notifications, Cindy. And you come back and see us, especially if we talk about this tomorrow, which we probably will, or see what we're going to do. I'm going to do the word cookies because my doggy wants to go to bed. We're going to go to bed. Spin. We got to do the word cookies. Can't believe tomorrow is Friday already. I thought I was. Oh, you've watched many of my videos, Sydney? Oh, good. That's great. I subscribed. They moved it. Oh, they moved it? Oh, okay, good. Somebody said they moved everything. If you guys can hype the video, that would be really great if you could hype it. If you're able to. That really helps. And liking it. And, well, I thought I did Mope. Well, I think Mope, oh, I thought Mope wasn't there. Oh, wow, okay. Huh. Let's see. Polly. Emo? Oh, employ. We did it. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you tune in tomorrow. I love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all who need them. We all need them. So pray for us all. And we'll pray for you. All right, everybody. Take it easy. See you tomorrow. God bless. Stay safe.